Oh, okay.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Thank you for coming in. It's Wednesday. I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama in the house.
Peace and love, everyone. It's Dulcinea.
Hey everybody. It is Wednesday, ain't it?
My favorite.
Hello, y'all. It's Daughters of the Sea here.
Well, this evening we are waiting for our brother OTK to get in the house. But I hope this is a good time for me to do this while we're waiting for him. But we want to give condolences to one of my favorite singers, and I know everybody else does love her. Mariah Carey lost her mother and her sister on the same day. That was really sad. So we're gonna give our condolences to her. My daughter did a little tribute to her, and I was trying to see if I can play it. She One of my favorite songs from the movie Glitter is called Reflections. So my daughter did a just a little small part of the Reflections. So I'm gonna see if I can play it. Hopefully I can get the right one on here. Let me see. Reflections of your love. I hope y'all can hear that. I thought I'd done my best to make you right. This is my oldest daughter. A picture fades of you when I together. I haven't come to terms with how we said goodbye. Did you really care enough for me? Did you really care? Did you care enough for me? A displaced little girl, tears of silence, and whispered wishes you'd materialize. She pressed on night and day to keep on living, and tried so many ways to keep her soul alive. Did she really care enough for me? Did you really care? Did you care enough for me? Oh, if I'm not quite good enough for some, how undeserving of a mother's love. You could have had the decency to give me up. And that was it. She just wanted to give a little tribute to Mariah Carey because me and her both, we love Mariah Carey. So that was my oldest daughter, Anya Redden, just giving a little tribute to Mariah Carey. So Mariah Carey, my hands up to you. My condolences. We love you, and my prayers are there. All right. So we are waiting for OTK to come in the house tonight. And where you at, OTK? I just talked to him, so he is on his way. There's a lot that we're gonna be trying to dig into his brain about and get some questions in, and just see what the answers are and see if he agree with us and if we agree with him. So just hang in there with us, and he'll be here.
Yes, and while we're waiting, we'll shout out those of y'all who came in already. Hello, Orthella and Willie's grandbaby, Ariana. Hi, beautiful. V Note the most one. Welcome. Brother La, how you been?
Hey,
Darius, Sheena. Sheena's been waiting. I think she was the second one in. Big Dog Philly OG. What's up, y'all?
he was
If,
number one.
if OTK don't bring his country ass on, ain't nobody got
Yes,
time to be playing with OTK on this Good Wednesday, okay?
on this Good Wednesday.
I could be sleeping. I need my beauty rest. I've been tired.
Okay. Me
I,
too. Today was a
I
tiring day for me as well. I think everybody's in that Wednesday
exhausted. I
mood.
really am tired. I need to have several seats.
Not several.
Several. Dot's been outside. Here in New York, you only get we get the summer months only for a few months, so we don't know how to act. Okay.
Okay.
And
Y'all
so
sure don't. Mm-mm.
Girl, it was 95 degrees here today. 95 degrees. Was it really hot in New York today, Dots?
yeah, it was nice. It was listen, I'm not complaining, right? Because I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Me too, though.
But
Seriously. I
it's
would
come
rather
to the
be hot
point
any day
where
than cold.
Dots need to have a seat. Okay. But yeah, your girl been outside. Oh,
All
heavy,
y'all
heavy.
rats outside hanging out.
I know that's right. And listen, if
First of
anybody
all,
finds what happened with Mariah Carey's mother and sister, I'm steady digging and trying to find out what happened. I can't find a thing. And Dots was looking and she said that she didn't see anything either, and I hope it ain't no flim flammy thing, but if anybody find out what happened, tee me in because I want to know.
you know what, Nisha, you right. I can't even hold you
Ariana, please.
on the rats thing. Hold on, freedom. Because New York is not what New York used to be, and that's a straight fact. I'm not in New York. I don't live in New York City anymore, so I don't have to see rats and shit. Ain't nobody got time for that either. But no, you're absolutely right. Like the culture, the vibe, just what New York City like is known for and used to be, it's so different nowadays. See, Brother Lies even agreeing. I think he's agreeing with me. But it's so different. Like I don't even recognize Harlem anymore. I feel like I'm a visitor in Harlem. If my sister and some of my cousins still didn't live down here, I probably wouldn't even go back because that's how disheartening it is. There's like a lot of transplants, you know what I'm saying, of people from shelters. There's a lot of like Central American folk or Venezuelan and Honduras and all them other people. You got that going on. Like it's just the vibe is not the vibe like it used to be.
Like it used to be.
No, we don't got our pans anymore. We don't have like those mom and pop they weren't even restaurants. They were like mom and pop shops that you would go in and you would get your we don't even. So I agree. It's sad. It really is sad. But it don't matter. I'm still from New York and we get 2.5 months of good weather, 3 maybe if we lucky.
Yes.
So
Would this be considered the Indian summer or?
Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't think it got here yet.
I just know it's a summer and my ass need to sit down.
Okay, and I love it. I'll go outside out there for like 5 minutes and run back in the house because it's so hot.
What's an Indian summer? What is that?
Well, an Indian summer is like when it's supposed to not be summer anymore and we still getting summer weather, like hot weather. Excuse me.
Yeah, you never heard that before, Niche?
Never.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Matter of fact, I am definitely going to look it up, like to see if that was.
Damn, I was about to do
Let me see.
News you can use. And nobody in the
Indian
chat know what an
summer.
Indian summer is.
Yeah, everybody probably knew. You're the only one that
Ain't nobody know what that is.
I've heard of it.
Indian summer is like we're not supposed to have some no more, and we getting this hot weather. Like I think it don't start until like the end of September or October.
Yeah, I done Googled it. What did it say?
Wait, what was this? Indian summer is not the best terminology, given the history of the term Indian or North America. The weather phenomenon is best described using. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it says a period of unusually dry, warm weather occurring in late autumn, a period of happiness or success occurring late in life. I never knew that's what it meant, a period of happiness, but Indian summer, yeah, it's usually like when it starts to get
Cold, but
autumn,
yeah,
right, autumn, fall, but we still getting
I
like
love
that
Indian
summery
summer.
weather.
I
Hmm.
love it because it's like it makes you feel like it's coming back again. So here go OTK, y'all.
Brother Lod, Sylvia's, we'll talk. OTK.
Wait a minute, I just trying to move on.
Is Sylvia's that restaurant that quote unquote home southern type food restaurant? I think I've been there and they trash.
Oh
Um
my goodness. She said they trash.
if
Excuse me.
it's that restaurant that I'm thinking about, that's in
Yeah, it
It's
Harlem.
not a
is.
restaurant. It
No,
must
and
be.
Sylvia's is a restaurant. Sylvia's is a restaurant in
Yeah,
Harlem
I've been there.
Oh, I
on
thought you
Lenox
said Indian
Avenue.
Summer was a restaurant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's on Lenox Avenue.
Right.
And right, and you get a
Yeah.
lot of the tour buses that go there, the white
I've
people
been
that
there.
go there. I haven't
I
ate
think
there
I've
in
been there.
God
It's in
knows
New
how
York,
long.
right?
So
It's in New York.
it's in
Yeah.
Harlem.
It's in Harlem.
I've
Right.
been there before too.
Right.
But
Yeah.
anyway, he on the
Trash.
panel. OTK in the house. Hi, OTK.
What's going on
Oh,
with y'all? How y'all doing? My goddesses. My, have we come a long way? How y'all doing?
my goodness. Okay.
At first, we have to say congratulations on 1,000
Absolutely.
subscribers.
Congratulations from Delaware.
Appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? Appreciate y'all. Hope
Yes.
all is well with y'all, man. Hope all is well with the chat and the family, man. You already know.
That don't mean we're not gonna get in that brain though. We still coming for that mind. We coming for that knowledge.
There ain't nothing
Okay.
wrong with that.
Blushing from
Ain't
ear
nothing
to
wrong
ear.
with that.
We got
I
him, y'all.
always blush. I always blush when I'm around a bunch of snacks.
Thank you, thank you. You came late.
My dear God assistant. Yeah, because of the time thing, it
I
and that's
know.
say 10,
Yeah,
15. I
I
totally
know.
apologize.
We gave a little contribute to a tribute to Mariah Carey. You know, she lost her mother and her sister. I played a little bit of my daughter singing one of her songs, Reflections from the movie Glitter, while we was waiting for you. So I just wanted to let you know that too, if you didn't know that she lost her mother and her sister. I said daughter, I mean my daughter, but her sister, her mother and her sister. But anyway, how we gonna start this? Okay, OTK, tell us a little bit about yourself, why you are who you are, um, and what this, what's in the mind of open to knowledge for those who don't know you.
Man. Okay, yeah. I'm from South Carolina. Now I mean, I was born here, raised in Chicago when my mom got married. But I'm here. I've been here. My family done been here. Got some bloodlines from other places, but it is what it is. My family done always grew up saying that. In fact, I'm working on a local documentary now where I'm going around to the elderly people, like the 80-year-olds that we still got left, because we lost our 100-year-old matriarch, one of our 100-year-old matriarchs, 2 weekends ago. So I said, you know what, I better get on the ball. So I'm going around talking to them, getting some documented history. You know what I mean? And just bring it out. I'm not saying everybody is going to say they're American Indian, because a lot of people came to Goose Creek. I don't know, man. I've been on this journey with y'all. Y'all put up with my foolishness. I was like a punching bag for y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Now I went back and Dosey sent me the show from when I first came on and really started building with y'all, man. Man, it's been a long time, man. But yeah, so I'm American Indian from South Carolina. You know what I mean? Shouts out to the Aboriginals. You know what I mean? Shouts out to the indigenous. But yeah, I'm on that. We've been here, matriotic society, all of that. I concentrate on South Carolina, especially the low country from where I'm at by Charleston. And yeah, the slave trade caught my interest. So that's why I'm here today, bringing my points of view to the American Indian slave trade. That's why I'm here in YouTube streets today, brother.
Well, can I ask you the first question, please? All right. You said that you were in the slave trade is what popped and caught your interest. Okay. During this so-called slave trade, will you agree that that was the same time that the nonprofit corporation organization, if that's what you want to call it, United States was being put together? Do you agree with that is the time that all this was taking place and it was coming into becoming the United States, and that we are all caught up in the web of them putting this organization together? You still coming down?
All right. So now after studying so much things, I would have to say that man, in other places it might be a little different, but I will say in the colonies, uh American Indian slavery definitely was heavy. Also other types of slavery. You had other people in slavery too. In the 13 colonies, the original 13 colonies. So that's why I say when you say in the United States of America, you got to think. Now you talking about all of the, all of North America. Man, North America, man, that's, you know what I mean? That's vast. So I haven't finished doing a bunch. Man, I know it's going to be a lot of research, but over here in the Southeast, I can speak for over here. But yeah, that definitely led up to the 13 colonies. Definitely. If that answers your question, I don't know.
Well, I guess first we gotta look back on how long it's been called the United States of, and that's what always gets me when we're talking about the different names that we have, the statuses that we as copper people have, carried on our backs. We have to think, when did the United States come into fruition? I mean, we've had America probably longer than we've had the United States, but I would have of the United States of, you know what I mean? I would have to look that up, but I was just
Yeah,
wondering
definitely
if
became a corporation.
it is a
Definitely
yeah,
became a corporation once it
1776.
became the United States of America. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
definitely
And
became a
actually, she's right,
corporation.
because I do have that written down. Or was it that? Yeah. So, but I'm saying, are you saying that in the midst of that, and I know I'm making this long, I'm sorry, because I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly, that during when we were so called the Indians, or Moors around that same like time, or Aboriginals, coppers, because I really don't believe that there was no real name for us, that we were tribal people, and that those statuses were put on us as the different individuals came over on these lands. But I was just wondering if you would agree to everything being taken place way back during that time. Now I don't know how long it took to spread across the whole Americas, but do you agree with during that the coming into slavery and out to slavery, all of this was taking place?
Oh yeah, all this was definitely taking place, and also wars over there in Europe. Europe over there, they was warring with each other at the same time. That's why it makes me really want to dig deep into history, because I'm
Mhm.
saying, how could they be doing all of these things at the same time? That's
Well,
real curious to me. You know what I mean? So with the slavery thing, as far as oh man. Ooh.
but so you agree that we were sovereign people over here prior to the corporations that were set up?
Oh yeah, we definitely was not about no religion. We was into spirituality. Um, but
But
yeah,
we had our own way of life. That's what I'm
that's
saying. Mhm.
sovereign. If that's the definition that people want to use today, then
Mhm.
yes, they can use that today. But
Mhm.
I try to watch how I use Moorish, because I found some
No, I'm
stuff.
not. I'm not saying it
Uh,
like that. I'm just saying people that had
yeah,
their own
okay.
way of life. I'm gonna just say it like that. We had our own way
Oh
of life
yeah, we
before the
definitely had that.
corporation was set up. I'll
Yes,
change it off.
yes.
Okay. Well, that's my
Yes,
question. That's
we
all I'll
definitely
say.
had. Yes, we totally definitely had our own way of life. In fact, the way that we live now incorporates some of the way that we used to live. That's how they was
Mm.
able to help, finish putting their hex and shit like that, and get a grip hold, get a foothold. You know what I mean? We saw things that resembled us. You know what I mean? They did some good
Mm.
research. I tell you that. They did some good damn studying of us.
Well, I'm gonna let
I tell you that much.
Dulcinea go into her next question because I want to ask another question because you said that.
All right. So you already mentioned South Carolina. When you were actually studying South Carolina, and it's always said it's a major slave port, what made you start looking into the Indians as slaves?
Oh, because in an African passage, something caught my attention with the American Indians being enslaved first. So I'm like, yo, what is this doing in the African what is this doing in the African passage? Nobody, no American Indian would think to look inside the African passage of South Carolina to and find this. You understand what I'm saying? So I was studying African slavery throughout South Carolina too, throughout Charleston or whatever, through the port. So I was studying both at the same time to compare and contrast. You know what I'm saying, and to get dates apart. But when I saw that more American Indians got shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in, it changed my whole outlook. And then that's when I started seeing like, yo, the really beginning of the slave trade was Christopher at Debt. He didn't find the gold that he was looking for. You know what I mean? From looking for Prester John's treasure, and it's all kind of theories out there, but he didn't find what he was looking for. So if he existed, the story goes he took like he had like 900 altogether, but only like 500, maybe 200 survived by the time he got back to Europe. And then that's when they came with the dumb diverses after that in the Papyrus Book.
That's
Thank you,
I'm
Doc.
sorry. Was that your only question you had, Dulce, or did you want another
Yeah,
one?
I was gonna just take one question at a time and let it go around.
Go ahead.
Hey, OTK. I must say,
Hey, what's up?
I know I said it before, but I must say publicly, I always appreciate the men in our chat, right, who's been with us for a while. Um, that consistently supports, and you are definitely one of those that, like, if you feel like it's getting hot and there's a man on a panel, you'll hit the link and you'll stand, you come up and you stand in defense of things like that. I always appreciate. So I just wanted to publicly say, we see you, we appreciate you for always doing that. That shows a lot of character and a lot of heart, right? So we appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. And you're going to stop coming
I
up here
appreciate.
whining and complaining about how mean we were to y'all when you came up here the first time. Nobody want to hear that shit
Yeah,
no more.
y'all wouldn't mean. Y'all wouldn't mean. Y'all wouldn't mean. Y'all was just curious. Y'all was just curious. I say curious. How about that?
Well, you could say mean. It's all good. Because, like, listen, here's the thing. I keep telling y'all, right? We do it. Okay, so let me not even get into that. All right, so my question, I guess I could follow up with what Dulcie was saying in regards to South Carolina, because when if I think about what I know of South Carolina or what I've been taught, like in school, I immediately think of the slave ports. I think of Charleston. I think of good seafood. But if I think of like a tribe of people that gets a lot of attention, or if I would think of the Gullah Geechee. Is there anything that you would like to share with us that's unique about South Carolina, or maybe some myths that should be cleared up, right? Referencing the history of South Carolina.
Hey sis. Yeah, I remember somebody asked me this a long time ago, and I said, you know what, man, I'm gonna stay out of that. But I just know y'all people need to put respect on these people's name. Um, yes. If you give me a second, is it all right if I share my screen?
Of course.
All right, let me get this prepped up real quick. Let me share my screen and then yes, because I don't want nobody to say that OTK is just talking. You know what I mean? I like to show. Um I think that's why I think that's why y'all really at rock with me like that, man, because I always had something to show for what I was saying. You know what I mean? I never try to make y'all believe nothing. I always have something to show it and just say, yeah, man, just go check it out. You know what I mean? I really appreciate y'all, especially my sister Nisha, Georgina cousin. Uh, give me 1 second. Let me pull this up real quick.
Appreciate you too, sir.
Hi, Sharice. Hi, Sakina.
Everybody coming tonight to
Hi,
hear
Juice.
OTK. Kina.
Make sure y'all like the stream,
Yeah, what's
please.
good?
Like the stream.
Hey, Sister Dosey, I sent it to you because I know my screen been messing up earlier when I was on my show. They cut my whole show. I ain't copyright nothing, but my whole show got cut in the middle of us up there talking. So I sent it to you, Sister Dosey. Can you pull that up for me real quick and then I explain it?
She probably got
Yeah, I
Thank
can
you.
send it. Did you send it to the email or my phone?
I sent it to your email. Oh, hold on. I think I
Sakina,
Okay,
sent
what's
it
let
to
me
your
good, girl?
email.
forward it to you, Docs.
I didn't hear you, baby. What you say?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought I heard my name.
yeah. I don't have.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
don't have
forward it
dots.
to you.
Okay, yeah. And then dots, if you can pull that up. Since you asked the question, you can pull that up. Man, shouts out to all the wild Indians up in here, man. Come through, man. All the aboriginals, man. All my peoples there, man. You know what I'm talking about? Where we just
Well,
trying to figure it out. Go ahead, Nisha. Go ahead,
I
Nisha.
was just gonna say that I'm glad that you had got you a good microphone and stuff, because in the beginning it was trash. It was trash. You kept, yeah, it was trash. You know it was trash. I'm glad that you done upgraded and got things together. Proud of you for that, sir.
You know what,
Hey,
Nisha?
Nisha, you the reason why I got lights in the background, Nisha. You remember the screen that you was on and you was sitting on the couch and you had the lights in the background? That
Yeah.
same goddamn show your ass was snoring on the show.
I
It was
told
about
you,
2 o'clock.
Nene. I told you.
Hey, we used to do some long streams though, yo. We used to do some long streams for real though. All
Freedom,
that's
share
part
it,
of the
please.
show.
Freedom, you
Okay.
could pull it up, baby.
Okay, give me a second.
Shout out to Anton. Shout out to Cosmon. Juice.
It didn't get up
What's
there
happening?
yet. What is going on? Okay, there it goes.
Yeah.
What is the problem?
All right.
Okay, there it go.
Can you blow it up a little bit?
Mm-mm.
No, you can't.
That's probably if somebody else has to.
Boom. Okay, that's good enough right there. Yeah, that's good right there. All right, so Docs, you got a question. Geechee color. Here you see the Ogeechee River. So the Ogeechee River is named after the people there. So those are people separate. Now this is before this African stuff like that and all of that. This river was named the Ogeechee. So now I'm showing you the Ogeechee River, and now this right here, depending on how you pronounce it, this is Gullah or Gullah. So they're showing you that pretty much everybody on this Atlantic coast right here is considered like the Gullah because they got similar dialects and they talk. Now, when you get down to the Altamaha, and then you get down by the Savannah, you see the Timacuan, which we know existed. So I done showed you the Ogeechee River, which is the Geechee people. And now you see that all along this coast, all the way down till you get into what would this be? Today this will be this would probably be Kings Bay, Georgia, going into Florida on the coast. Kingsland, Kings Bay, exit 3 to 1 up in this area right here. So
Yeah.
now the Gullah.
Cameron County.
Yup. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. I just want to make sure, you know what I mean? I know all this 95 coming on straight on down through here. Yeah. So, sis, so if you look over here to your right, too, you see all the little islands. These is what you call your rice and your sea cotton islands. You know what I mean? These people here have like a total different way of life than people inland per se. You know what I mean? This is where the different dialects come at.
So would you say that the Gullah and the Geechee are two different people, two different groups of people?
Yes.
Or are they the same?
The Gullah is the whole name that the people on the Atlantic coast, but the Ogeechee is a separate people.
Okay.
Yes. So like my family will fit up underneath the Gullah too, because I'm over here on this coast too. You understand what I'm saying? So this is at this time. And if you scroll up, what year is this again? I forgot what year I sent.
Hold on. Let me see if I could
Yeah, okay. So they're saying Georgia, but we know that Georgia didn't become into existence until the 1700s.
I don't see a date. I don't see a date on
Yeah,
here.
it's right here. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, I think it's like probably this might be 1700, but they're saying the Georgia martyrs, so they're letting you know that this is modern day Georgia.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And now look right there. See now, since you scroll down, I'm gonna give you another Jew. Yeah, keep scrolling down. Right there. Stop. You see the Gullah right there to your right. 1598 of the Gullah.
Okay.
Yes. So now y'all can go ahead and keep going into maps as y'all want to, but it's showing you that the Gullah, depending on who's saying the word, been here.
Okay, got you. You want me to stop sharing?
That's that, baby.
Okay.
That's up to you. I hope that answer your question.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure. And
Yeah.
my
I'd
last
rather show
question,
you. Say. Go ahead. Go ahead, baby.
my last question before it goes to Nisha is, do you know anything about the I guess like the migrations, if you will, of the people of South Carolina going into the islands and the people from the islands coming into South Carolina, particularly Barbados? Boop, 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 boop. I got to big up.
I know that. Yes, I have a couple of research literature that I found that showed that people all the way as far as what Pennsylvania, Virginia, during the American Indian slave trade was getting shipped to Barbados and back and forth. So we had a triangle of American Indian slave trade. It was coming from North America straight down to the Caribbean, right over to Central America, and right back up.
Hmm. Yeah, very
I know
interesting history.
people don't even know nothing about that because I know it might be something that you know what I mean. They never thought about. They probably done read it and came across it, but they never looked at it like, yo, that's a diamond, a triangle slave trade right there
Mm-hmm.
within our own. And this is before. Uh, Shit, I can say this before pretty much any African slave was brought through Charleston.
Yeah, lots of migration happened. Lots of migration centuries before the African slave trade. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Definitely, but
Maybe we should do a show on
hold
that one
on.
day.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and try it, man. I'm gonna go ahead and try it up. Go ahead and put up something for you real quick. Just show you where I'm getting some of my references from. Um, yeah. Um, and I don't owe nobody. One thing about OTK, man, OTK don't owe nobody. I ain't owe nobody since my mama had me. It's the only person I I'm sorry. Give me a second. Let me pull it up real point, and I'm gonna pull up something real quick to show you just one of the things that I found that talks about the where they get to that. I got it. It's loading up right now. Appreciate y'all for your patience. I didn't know what I was gonna ask me. It wasn't scripted enough, so had y'all asking uh certain questions.
Nisha, that was my last question, baby. You got it after he's done.
All right. Nisha can go ahead and Nisha can Nisha, you can ask your question if you want to while I'm trying to pull this up real quick while I'm gonna open this up.
Okay.
I got a question inside their head.
What I want to know is what
Mm-hmm.
does it mean to you for real to be an Indian?
That's a good question. Um, to me, what it means is me. It means that it changes the narrative that we've been taught. Um, in school. For two, I'm getting much diligence to my ancestors that was here before me. That was that. So I'm acknowledging them. You know what I mean? And for three, um, Indian. All this stuff going on right now is because when we start considering ourselves African American and they shift us that narrative,
You're going in and out.
Believing that.
You're going in and out.
Okay.
He sounded like he did a year and a half ago.
You got first. Check you up.
I put a
Maybe unplug and reconnect your mic. Peace, Dr. D,
Okay.
MF Dreadson. Thank you guys for coming through. Okay, try now. Try to talk now. OTK.
We can't hear you, OTK.
We're not hearing anything yet. Mic check. No. Okay, there. We hear you now when you said in and out.
All right, so exactly when I try to share my screen, it took my mic out. So you didn't hear nothing I said, baby, to answer your question?
It was choppy. It was choppy. No, so I really
Well, just repeat it and then email it and I can forward it over.
Oh. Matter of fact, those already my PowerPoint one time. That might have been a long time ago.
Yeah, but I can search up your
Right,
PowerPoint. It's in your PowerPoint. Hold on.
Well, that was pretty much the end of my question, and I'm still not sold. Huh? I'm still not sold.
Okay,
on
yeah. I was about that.
Okay.
So
OTK, go ahead and answer. Start over from what your answer was, because was you were Borging the whole time.
Okay. I ask your question again, Nisha. My bad. My apologies. I remember your question, what it means to be American Indian, but go ahead. I want to ask it in the way that you asked it.
Yeah, I want to know to you what that really means for real.
Okay. For one, I'm bringing awareness to my ancestors before they got reclassified and all that. So before they converted into Catholicism, Christianity, and all of that and stuff like that, and decided not to leave or decided not to move. Two, the American Indian states that it's also people over here that was colored way before anybody came on slave trade. It shows we've written in the law, constitution, and all of that. What happened to us, to me, when we got bamboozled to start claiming that all of us that looks like me and you today came on the transatlantic slave trade. Once we did that, we actually untied ourselves to this land of North America. So when somebody come and say, yo, taking your land, what can you do about it? Because you have been claiming the African American, you came on the slave ship or whatever like that. You took your way out, a good trick. We're aware of it now because we done going in the documents when they started doing it. So that's what it mean to me. Per se, you know what I'm saying? Indian is a name they put on. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say that They didn't put that on us. That's what they was calling us. You know what I mean, when they first got crossed there. But apparently it meant something because it damn sure had us in the Constitution. That's what it mean to me,
Mhm.
cousin.
Okay. No problem. I guess I would still never be sold on how a lot of people, and I've heard it a lot of different ways on this show about the Gullah Geechees and them not having African ancestry, but then I remember Rod Hayes said that they did. Um, so that's still something that I'm
Yeah,
always
was
going
on
to be
that show.
confused about.
Yeah, that mixture that came later. He said that also. That came later with your Seminoles and stuff. You know what I mean? You got to understand. Remember now, the Spanish, throwing their little things out. Anybody that run
Yeah.
away can come on, join us to help them. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
No, what I was saying is that you still choppy. It's kind of really hard to get your point across because you're just really, really choppy.
Is that how the mics are in South Carolina? Let me find out. Hmm. I'm just saying.
Um, we're gonna be nice to our guests and respect them. That word lie is a bad word, Ava. That's a bad word. Can I ask my question now? You done, Niche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And
All right.
y'all are
Give me,
welcome to
hey,
take
give
any
me a
kind of
second,
negative
real quick.
comment out of the chat. Just don't block people. It's cool.
Mm. Um, let me see. And how I want to say this. Okay. I agree with you when you say that also the word Indian is a misnomer for our people. I don't really know if we had a certain name for the copper color peoples that were originally on these lands. Okay. Um, if it's always said that when Abraham Lincoln came over on these lands, looked at us, seemed similarity to dark people of India, and started calling the people Indians, um, because we were also dark complected.
Wait, did you mean Christopher Columbus?
Yeah, what did I say?
Abraham Lincoln.
I
Okay.
meant
All right.
why is Abraham nickname in my mind? Anyway, I'm sorry, y'all. Christopher Columbus. I apologize. I apologize. I don't know why. Yeah, but anyway, Abraham Lincoln came up in my mind, but Christopher Columbus. Thank you, Dulcinea. Thank you very much, because I would have slipped by me and I kept on talking. But the dark complected people that was already on these lands, which I see as original to these lands, copper colored people that was on these lands that were, different tribal people, colonies of tribal people. Um, you know, I see that as another status that was put on us as a people. And when it's referred to in the Constitution of talking about Indians, I don't think that they're talking about us as a people. They're talking about those nickel looking people. And then I got another question to ask, but I'm gonna let you. Did you hear the whole question, OTK?
I think so. You was asking about about me saying Indian is a misnomer. So are you asking me
Meaning
is
another
copper
another.
a misnomer too?
Well, I'm saying meaning another status that was put on us as a people. Like colored, Negro, black. I mean, we must didn't have a name for all the people that were of dark hue on these lands, that we must have just had. We were sovereign, free people, so we had our tribal names. And when Christopher Columbus got it right that time, came over on these lands, I'm just making sure, I could be wrong. But when Christopher Columbus came over, seeing the similarities between because you know in India there are very dark people too. There's light complected people over in India, but there's also very dark complected people in India as well. And when he's seen the people over here, he also said, "Oh, they must be Indian like they are," because he's seen the similarities.
That
He,
was just a descriptive term.
right, that's what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
agree
he
with
knew we wasn't the people of Bharat or Hindustan because he knew that those people already had a type of religion there. That's why he said that the people he saw in the islands were people of God. He didn't
me?
say people of Brahma or people of goddamn of the monks or Buddha. He said it was people of God. You know what I mean? So that lets you.
Mhm.
Uh, um, Hinduism already been out. So that story that he got lost or whatever like that. Okay, all right. So what? But I guarantee you, once he saw the people over here, he might have said, "Oh, they have the similar complexion as people in the Hindustan and stuff like that," which would make sense because if we're gonna use the equator, latitude, longitude lines, pretty much in some of the similar regions.
Mhm. Do you think it could
So
be like how we done? A lot of us have caught on to calling ourselves African. That by him saying that, a lot of us could have called on calling ourselves Indian, but that name really didn't go to us. That went to the people over in India. But we just, like did we just caught on and start calling ourselves Indians, like just like we doing now, calling ourselves Africans, and we're not Africans, just like we're not from the people of India.
yeah, but see, the thing is, though, we grew up. Well, some people. I'm not gonna say everybody. My family grew up saying Indian.
Mm.
We got taught the African thing.
No,
That got
well,
taught to us. So it's a
okay.
big difference. You know what I mean? So that got taught to us.
A lot of times people like if I talk to my aunts, and they say the name of the tribe. And I mean, I'm just saying they say like the tribal name, like Blackfeet,
Yeah, the chieftains. Yeah, the
Pocahontas.
chieftains.
I'm
That
saying
name we started
Pocahontas.
getting called tribes once they started calling us. But yeah, the chieftains. I got you.
Yeah, but we do know that we're not African and we're not from India. We're not from India and we're not from Africa. That's why I had got a little confused about that at some time. Not saying that I wouldn't accept the Indian. I'm saying, uh, it kind of confused me sometime.
Some
Okay,
people have African in them though. Some people got African in them. Some people got Asian in them. Some people got Pacific Islander in them. Some people got Mexican in them. It is what it is. It's your own story. Just don't conflate that with everybody.
absolutely.
I
Okay.
And
never
you had
conflate
another.
my
You said you
story
had
with
one more question,
everybody.
Sister Freedom,
Go
before
ahead.
I go.
Wait a minute, just a second, please.
Uh-huh.
Now, as far as and like we just said, it was 1776 when the United States Corporation came is starting to come into fruition on these lands, right? So that means that comes with codes, ordinance, that come with everything underneath of that corporation. The sovereign free people that was already on these lands took on, even though those are not a law, but I can, in a sense, say they are a rule from underneath of the organization. But we know that only sovereign people can make law on their land. But do you think that we have allowed to be tricked into thinking that all of these things that we've got going on, even with the presidency and the vice president, everything with the political world got going on, we have allowed these things to take place on our lives, and that I, I personally don't know how we ever going to get out of it because we accept so much, even with marriage licenses, birth certificates, social security numbers, anything that we sign our so-called name to, we have allowed in their organization to make us not even knowingly in the organization, just it takes our freedom from us as a people.
Nah, it wasn't that easy, baby. They had help.
Yeah, but do you think they tricked us into? I think it was somewhat forced at first.
Yeah, we can say trick now,
Yeah,
but
trick.
now as more and more as we dig into this research and we starting to trace down things because we following the money. When you start following the money, it's always starting to lead us to an Indian agent, just like some of these Indian slave catchers that you got today inside the environment.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Just listen to how they talk, how they act, all that, telling you who you is because that's who they is. You
Right.
know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, we was tricked. But they had help. They knew how to trick us.
You feel like people are still being tricked that have no knowledge of self at all, no knowledge of information that you teach, top teach, everybody that's in the that's teaching law and teaching what it was then. You feel as though that they're just unknowingly being tricked.
Not today.
I do. I do. I
Not
think a lot of people have
today.
no idea about
Today.
knowledge at all.
Today we have a chance to go and uh, research everything to look up what's being said. You know what I mean, and how things are coming at us. So I feel we might be still behind some, but we still have an advantage to now we can go and look at certain things. We can go and research. We just don't have to take what somebody say.
I don't even think they
Yeah.
think about it, but I'm gonna let you go,
Oh,
Daphne. I don't think that they
thank
even
you.
think about it.
Thank you. So, I wanted to go and expand on Sister Freedom's question as far as when we talk about India. So we know as far as like India only became that in the late, well, the mid 1900s, and before that it was known as Bharat or Hindustan. So we know as far as Christopher Columbus saying that he's comparing to a country or a continent named India wouldn't be correct because there was none at that time, and we can see as far as the Indios, as far as the people of God. But I wanted to go back to the Sanskrit terms that this is being compared to as far as the people of God. So when we look at Hindu or even the Indus Valley Kemet, we can see this reference to God's people. Do you want to expand kind of that on that, OTK, and how that switched as far as, that is the old world, this is the new world, and is the references really to the original old world?
That's deep, sis. That's deep. And you know what? I'm gonna just give you my point of view on that. There's just people out there who really in that field who really study that. Now, when you say the Sanskrit and you saying the Hindu and
Right, the Hindu
uh,
Kemetic, when you
they
see as
talk about
far
like
as,
spirituality, their religion, what is
right.
now their religion. Um, you're saying how pretty much how we got misnomer to say that we resemble these people because of spirituality and per se.
Yeah, that, and the reference
Yeah.
is like, what are they referencing, or how do we see this syncretism that is coming across and originating from the old world?
For one, they have really no trace except for the they have no trace of nobody from India coming over here as slaves, going other places as slave in the Indian Ocean slave trade, but not coming over here per se. Maybe some parts of South America. Uh, Now, when how they tie in this story is with the 12 tribe charts, and they're using the 12 tribe charts to compare with the Deuteronomy. Um, so when Christopher came across it and he said that, it wasn't even him that tried to compare that. It was somebody else that wrote and say, "Hold on, we must have found the lost tribes of Israel." So these same people started finding artifacts. Every last one of the artifacts that they found trying to compare over here to Israel was bull. They found out to be phonies. Um, So that's how they compare it to that. But other than that, man, spirituality is a wide and vast thing. So if we got similarities in spirituality, I don't doubt that. But the reason why they say this is the new world because they see things older over here than they see over there, and we got to understand we using their date. So this is what they say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dots.
Okay. So, my first question, because this person spammed the chat, so I guess they want this question answered. Ava, I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman, but the question says, "What about your African ancestors OTK that fought for you to live, and that's documented, especially when you're mentioning the Gullah people?"
Yeah, I see. They also say OTK said his grandmother was African. You see what I'm saying? Now y'all been knowing me longer than anybody on YouTube. Have I ever said my grandmama was African?
No, I never heard you say that.
Nah, I said, but I do not knock the people that's in my family with African lineage. So I don't know what they talking about. But when y'all open the panel, they happy to come up. Let them answer that question. Don't waste your question on them. I answer them. You know me.
Okay.
You know what I mean. I answer them.
Okay. Good. All right. So
Yeah,
then
definitely.
my second question would be, um, aside from the Gullah and the Geechee, right?
Uh,
What are some of the names of the other American Indian tribes that have historical ties to like those Sea Islands and South Carolina?
ooh. Okay. All right, man. You got the man. It's a bunch of tribes. So just to name a few, I'm gonna start upper, like going into North Carolina and coming on down. So I will start with the PD, the Kiowas, and I'm coming on down. Edisto, Kia, not the Kiowas again. I already said that. You got your Stono, you got your Seaweed, you got your Edawans, um, you got your Santee. This is all on the coast where I'm at. Mm, man, it keeps on going, but 90, I tell you like this, 90% of the name that's in South Carolina right now, of the towns or the rivers, are named after these American Indian chieftains. Man, I wish I
That's a
could
fact.
share
That is
this
definitely
so
a fact.
bad. Man, I wish I could share this so bad. I did send my PowerPoint to you, Dosey, in the email.
Okay, Nisha.
Um,
Deep breath, but I already know. I ain't got no smoke, huh? But go ahead.
so before you started to delve into your Indian heritage, how did you identify yourself?
Oh yeah, I came up underneath that construct of black, and then later on African American. That's what I was taught. Yeah, I would. I also was indoctrinated. I was born in the AME too. You know what I mean? But my family always said that we was American Indian though. But you know what I mean? Being being in the South, you know what I mean? That Bible Belt, when it, you know what I mean, that AME church, they was kicking that African stuff heavy, bro. I mean family. So yeah, that's me. I'm not saying that's everybody else, but that's me. So I always had my genealogy. I always was doing my family lineage. That was just something I always did because I wanted to know where we came from.
Okay.
Yeah, it just as I got older, now I got more access to things that would have left me short. But back then, it was just word of mouth. You could ask somebody a question like, "Yo, who was who? Who was who? Who was who?" You know what I mean? And, yeah. So
Okay, that was it.
yeah, appreciate y'all patience too, man. But I did send something to Dosey because I just wanted to show one thing that I got just to show my sister Dots that in the King Philip's War, after the King Philip Wars, that even the ones that surrendered got shipped all over the place, including Barbados. And you talking about late 15, early 1600s. So when they turn around and they bringing these people back in the 1900s and bringing them back on up, you can't tell me they don't have some kind of genealogy connection.
Dots, I forwarded the presentation to you. Did you see that?
I'm looking now.
Yeah.
I'll share it now.
Yeah, and when you pull it up, go to the one that says, I got the headline, "Why did you come here?" And then it says, "Those who surrendered in the King Philip's War, or those who surrendered and got enslaved too."
Okay, hold on.
So Nisha, how did you? If it's all right, if I ask you a question real quick, is it okay?
Yeah, of course.
How did you find out you had African lineage, being in Georgia?
Um,
Mm,
so growing up for me, that was never, even though we grew up 2 hours apart, right? For me, that was really never even a conversation. That was never something that was really talked about. Unlike a lot of you guys that's in the chat, my grandmama never said anything like that, African or otherwise. It was just never something um, that I never heard in the house. Either way it go, period. Um, so I can't 100% say that as I'm learning now and still going through my genealogy, I have not found on my I found one African where on the census that's a relative that says Africa.
Number nine, Dotsy.
But the thing about that is I don't know in what capacity because I have not found any slaves in my ancestry. I have not seen that. So I don't know if they came and they wasn't in any slave schedules. So realistically and honestly, I really don't know. I haven't really seen it. But you also have to think about the brainwashing, the that's a word that begin with a C that I want to say. Um I really can't stand on it and say that I'm both, even though I seen one, but that's one. And it's weird because everybody else that's related to that person, it doesn't say it. So to be honest, and y'all should know me, I ain't putting on for nothing. I really don't know. And that's just the honest truth. And you know, I say that all the time because to me, a lot of things don't make sense.
Correct, correct. I agree with you, Nisha. And you know, I always been solid since day one too. I remember y'all asking me, so OTK, you mean to tell me you ain't got no, I think it was you ain't got no African. I said, look, sis, it's some of my bloodline that I haven't searched for yet, that I ain't through searching yet. But as far as right now, no. But I didn't never deny it. And it's crazy how people try to play me on the internet saying that I denied that anything like that. I never denied that. I never even denied the slave trade. I never denied that. I just denied the numbers. Because after I started studying the American Indian slave trade, I was like, well, hold on. This changes the whole aspect of the numbers. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah, I never stick my foot in my mouth like that. Not when there's it's too much stuff out here, man. So for one person to tell you they know everything about something, they might have known everything that came out about it. Maybe it's a certain point that they can go with that status, with that field. But there's some things out here that doesn't have no limit in researching, none. It's an ongoing process.
Mm.
But the crazy thing is, Nisha, you had said something while you was talking. You was like, where you was at, we 2 hours away. Y'all didn't have no problem, or y'all didn't talk about nothing like that, right? So you know what's crazy when we start doing the history of Georgia, which started out with Savannah, coming out of Beaufort and Hilton Head. Um, it was a mediator spot to negotiate stuff. So a lot of people that came and started Georgia, which was Savannah at this time, they came from South Carolina. Lord proprietors, Moors, all that, noblemen. You know what I mean? They started Georgia, so we got to understand when one thing I also see whenever these people was creating their colonies, they see that they had a chance to write history as they see it, and nobody can question it because they was there first. Nobody else from over there and over there in the Eastern world was with them, so they had a chance to write their own documents, to write themselves into history. And now this shit that they was writing is playing out, but it's coming to an end. You know what I mean? So I respect that, sis. You know what I mean? I definitely respect that.
Yeah. And I also read that the chief Tamachichi had to get permission from South Carolina to um, damn, to do something. I read it. I forgot what I read, but
To give
yeah,
them after the Yamasee Wars, to give them
right,
that piece of
yeah,
land for Savannah. Yeah, I got you, baby. Yep. Yeah,
yeah,
I got you. See, that's why I told them boys was getting now that's the chief that I think is buried here. I don't think Tuscarora was buried here, because Tuscarora I think came
no,
later.
he's buried here. I mean, he buried in
Uh,
Savannah. Tamachichi is buried in Savannah.
Tamachichi is in Savannah.
Yes.
Well, Savannah. Listen, on some real stuff, Nisha, I consider Savannah, South Carolina, because as soon as you get out of Beaufort and Hilton Head, you right there in
Yeah.
Savannah.
Right.
You would be done so deep into Savannah and wouldn't even know. You think you still in South Carolina.
I mean, you could see it. You could see it
Mm-hmm.
from. You could see Savannah, South Carolina from Savannah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. So Tamachichi, you said that he's buried in Savannah. They say Tuscarora is buried in South Carolina, but I don't believe that. I truly don't believe that. Um, it's a legend, myth, until it's found proven. But it's a myth going around here that after that Yamasee War, after 1715, that Yamasee, one of those Yamasee chiefs, got caught when it ended in Goose Creek. He got caught. He got hung at this place what now today is Mother Emmanuel AME. It used to be the Church of Charleston, Christ of Charleston. It was all kind of names before it was that. But he got hung there. Now I'm still looking for more proof, but that is a myth in Goose Creek. The crazy stuff is the person who started the myth just died like 4 years ago, and he said he got it from the natives from around here. So I would love to find that, because instead of Tuscarora, they mislabeling it as Tuscarora, but it might have been somebody else, another chief before Tuscarora. But thank you for that info, man. Tama Chi.
Yeah.
But see, you got to understand, when we're dealing with this war too, it was more than one chief. Because you got to think, it was damn near 100 chieftains came together in this Yamasee War. Yeah, it was damn near 100. That's why after the Yamasee Wars, all the little smaller tribes you see start assimilating into the bigger tribes once they left. Yeah, you will see that a lot too. So that's when you will see these smaller tribal names start losing their name, and the ones that want to keep their name, you already know what that was. Become Christian.
Sister Freedom, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you want me to play the tape? What have you? Let me see. Did you want to talk on this at all? No? Not
Oh
right
yeah,
now?
yeah. Open that up real quick, and it's right there at the
Yeah, I
beginning. I
can't.
just want to show guys something.
For whatever reason, I can't click on that hyperlink, and it opens up. It just gives me the file name. It's not allowing
Can
me to click
you,
on it.
even when you right click it?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Ooh, even
And it's
when you
not allowing me.
highlight it.
Mm-hmm.
If
I'll
you
try it
highlight
again.
it, you can search it on maybe your web link.
You stay giving me assignments to do every time.
Yeah, at least you know I ain't changed.
Right.
At least you know I ain't changed.
You know,
That part.
That doesn't still the same.
God, I'm gonna have to
Know what I
start
mean?
charging you, bro. But can you just talk about it, my love? Because I really and
Okay,
truly
this
might
right
not
here
like
is going to show you that after the King Philip's war, that even the people that surrendered, they still was put into slavery. And the reason why he was protesting, the reason why he surrendered, because he didn't want his people to get shipped to the Caribbean islands. And it also showed where they, in this particular, after this particular war, where they got shipped at. Then you see places like Spain, Azores, Barbados. So I just wanted to bring something up for you so you can go back and look at. So, and everybody else in the chat, because I don't want nobody to say I'm talking out the side of my neck.
No, you're definitely not. It's definitely there, but for whatever reason, it's not allowing me to click on it. And I tried twice.
Okay.
I don't know what that's about, but it does give the file name. That it does. So I'll look at
Yeah,
it for sure.
yeah, definitely. Thank you. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure I make clear I don't have a problem that we consider ourselves Indians or Aboriginal or copper colored people. I would like I think I seen a small smidget of what Dulcinea was talking about when she said that there before 1949 there was no place called India. But that was just like a small, I don't know where that came from, but um from my reading, the name India, and I'm just saying this to you, OTK. The name India has been in use for over 2,400 years, and the country has had its official name since gaining independence from British in 1947. So, like in 1949, I think, and I can go back to what Dulcinea was talking about. You guys just read that too. In the 5th century BCE, the name India first appears in Greek derived from Sanskrit word Sindhu, which means Indus River. The Greeks and the Iranians who passed through the Northwest about 2,500 years ago called the Indus and the Hindus or the Indus, and the land to the east of the river was called India. Now, this was in the 5th century BCE. In the 19th century, the term appears in Old English. In the 15th century, the name replaced by Indi, I guess that's YNDE, or Indi, or Inde, if that's what you want to say it, INDE. Under French influence, it appears in the first edition of the King James Bible and works through William Shakespeare. I can just go further down on how long this name has been had India, and it has had the name that she mentioned and other names, but India has been its name for over 2,400 years. So that's what I'm saying. If you got other information past that little portion that I read, I can go back to it, to what Dulcinea
It,
had said.
yeah. Oh,
I did read that,
so
but
so that's all saying that it's 2,000 years old.
yeah, that name is that old for that particular place. And it was more
Um,
information on here, but I did read that little small part
all
that
right.
it was nowhere called India at that time because something else had took over the name.
Yeah. But
That's
I'm
why
gonna ask you
it's
like
like
this:
1949 thing.
why is it no? It's no records in history saying that that place name was India, not the Indus Valley or the Yindus,
Yeah, I
which
read that
that's
too.
pronounced. Yes. Now the Valley Range, it could be some cool. It could be some stuff that you can find that say Yindus, but India, no. If it was called India 2,000 years ago, they would not be over there right now fighting to get their name changed back, baby girl.
I'm just telling you what I read, just like when
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
said,
yeah.
I'm just
So,
saying what I was reading. And it's a
yeah.
lot of information in here. And there has been called many names throughout the history, including Bharat, like what she said, the
Hmm.
Hindustan and Al Hindin. I
Hmm.
just was, just was reading how long
Hmm.
it is saying that it has had from different places, like
Yeah.
the Greeks and all, the name India,
So I see them starting to call
with
it
a lot of
Hindustan
information.
around the time of religion, around the time of Hinduism.
Bharat, yeah.
That's when I see them starting to call it Hindustan. But Bharat already was the name of that they say that they called it,
Hmm.
and that's what they're trying to get it
And there was
changed back.
a time Bharat since the 1700s by the British invaders that they changed it. Yeah, because it does say that India have had many names. But for 2,400 years, it was called India. And then it was changed to different names. So that's why it wouldn't have been a place called India in 1949 because it was changed to something else. But
Well, what you said
according
didn't
to what I'm
quite
reading,
say
I'm not saying
that
it's a fact,
because it said it
Dulcinea.
was called Sindhu in 2,400 years ago, which is true. Sindhu, not India, from what
Wait a
you
minute.
read.
Okay, it's just what I read. Oh, because I can go back to it again and read that whole portion again. But it's no big deal. The reason why I was saying that is because I could not understand why supposedly Christopher Columbus got his name right that time again, came over and kind of said that people he said was because of the pleasant personality and attitudes that the people had over on these lands was similar to the personality of the people in the so-called place at that time called whatever India or whatever name was put on it at that time. So I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure I said
So
that
we
that's
gotta understand what was going on
yeah
in
at that
Bharat
time.
and Hindu at this time. You talking about a whole different type of spiritual system that they will look at as mystic,
Hmm. Hmm.
coming from their religion. When they encounter this, they looking at this like, hold on, something ain't right.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So that when you see that Hindu is the or Hindu is the predominance of Hinduism, which gives them the
Well,
name
that's the name of their religion.
Hindustan.
Mhm.
Right,
One of them.
right. Right, but that was just a spiritual system there. But
Yeah,
it
but
had many names. But India, them being called Indians. I mean, if the name is India and you're talking about the people, why wouldn't you say Indians? Just like when you see people in Russia, you talk about the people in Russia, you would call them Russian.
right, just like America, you would call
Uh,
us Americans.
American. All right, then. So that anglicized suffix at the end, man. Come on, let's quit playing. That's just a
I think it's
description
just a
of the
play on
people.
words like Isa,
Yeah,
and Jesus, Ais, and different names that you have, but it's the same person. So it's the
but it,
same place with different names and stuff. But
that caused a major problem, though. It caused a
yeah, it
major
does, and I
problem.
can see
It
how it
did.
still does. I can see how it did. It still does. But I'm going to say I wish it was a way that we had information on what we were even called prior to even being called Indians over here in America. You see what I'm saying? Like what would we called prior to that? Because it just seems like another name that was put on the people of these lands instead of Aboriginal or original or copper color original. So I'm just wondering, what were the people called, or were they just being called their tribal names? Okay, Cosmon Cal says
Mm.
Algonquins, Algonquins.
Yeah, that's my dog. Shout out to my Detroit.
I get
Yeah,
that right. Hmm. So yeah, I want to go back way before then. Way before then, the try to find out. And I was wondering if you had known what the name was prior to that. Because I keep on trying to think, like, when they are have these Indians in this constitution, in the treaties, um is the Indians in the treaties? Is the word Indian in the treaties? Because I know more is, but is the Indians in the treaties? Is the word
okay,
Indian?
I glad you asked that. That's a real good question. First, your first question was the name.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. Um, depending on what chieftain you in, you might have had a name that you thought the whole place was named, or you might have had a name of your whole area. But
Mm-hmm.
let me give you this scenario, and then you can see what I'm coming from. If I'm in South Carolina and you in California, and now let's think about, just think about before telephones, before all of this. Now, do you think we would be calling this landmass the same thing?
What you mean?
So if my people's over here in South Carolina think that this landmass, they don't even know how vast this landmass really is.
Right.
Neither. And
But
they're
they
calling
probably
it, they're saying,
right.
yo, their area is called, just say Americapana.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that. But over there in Cali, they're calling it Pacificana. You know what I mean? Let's just put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we meet up in the middle, that's where the problem comes in at. We both got different names for it. So I think every individual
Had
chieftain
tribal names. Had tribal
went
names.
by their name in their area. That's why these places, these rivers are named after them. And they also started joining with other tribes because you don't hear no incest stories over here. That's one thing we didn't do. So that lets you know that uh, chieftains was intermarrying with other chieftains. You know what I mean? To start other chieftains. So you see the trace line, but nah, it I do see some people saying it was one name, but you know what I mean.
I
I
don't
don't
see
see
that.
one name.
Me
I
neither.
don't see one name. No.
Me neither. I'm with you on that. So, do you think that the people was willing to get in under the some people? I better say some people was willing out of fear, maybe, or however, to get underneath of this organization that was built on these lands after the invasions and wars? because it just I'm trying to mentally get what you were saying in the last question when you saying nah, it wasn't that easy that we fought. So do you think it was some people that was like that they thought this might have been even better for them with their rules?
Uh,
Had no knowledge that they had the most as much power as they actually had.
right. Now, baby, I'm gonna tell you, studying the American Indian Wars, baby, 400 years of wars. At first, no, nobody was on that.
Hmm.
Nobody was on that. They was like, "Who is you? Where you coming from?"
Right.
But now, over time, you know what I mean. The Okay, so the Spanish came with the dumb diverses from the Caribbean coming up into Florida.
Mhm.
All right, the French, the English, and the British they came on some missionary and some Quakernism and Protestantism because they wanted to learn how to grow crops. Once they learned that, that's when you see everything kick off. You see what I'm saying? Before all of that, they were supplying guns. Now they had a type of gun that we didn't have.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So now
Mhm.
gunpowder we had, but we didn't know what they was making their gunpowder out of. You know, shout out to Flint. You know what I mean, Michigan. Um, but yeah, that right there. But one thing we did though, sis, is once we got a hold of those damn guns, we flipped on them and we started evening out the battle. We started doing little raids and encampments and arming up. Now you're really seeing smaller chieftains coming into bigger chieftains because you know they done changed their mind. They act like they came on some missionary stuff, but once we showed them how to grow after Thanksgiving, after the massacre, you know what I mean. It was on and popping.
Mhm. Well, if that's,
Oh,
I know Dulcinea. What you going to say, Dulcinea? Because you might want to come in and say something too.
yeah, I wanted to ask my question, but if you have one more question, no
No,
problem.
no, no. I just want to make sure I did. I can hold it. I just wanted to make sure that when he just said what he said, that I just don't see if we got back at them. I don't see evenly in a sense is what you're saying. I don't see how we could get to this extent with them ruling. That's with them ruling. I don't see how it could have got to this extent.
The Indian agents. So after all that warring, that's why I said it wasn't that easy. So I was just giving you the outskirts of the hard part to where it led to where it started becoming easy. And now you also got these people mixing in with American Indians, and the offsprings
Hmm.
are becoming the Indian agents. They're becoming the spokesmen for a lot of chieftains.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a lot of history out there. So I'm just giving you key points that you can go and look up. So just like what I said just now, uh, Indian mixed kids mixed with Indian, becoming Indian agents or becoming chiefs of their chieftain or becoming spokesmen for their chieftain. And I guarantee you will find what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
And look it up in your state.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hey, girly
So,
girl. Go ahead, Dulcie.
since we're talking about like the foreigners and the immigrants, I think it would be good to bring it to the present day and your opinion on everything that's going on. As you see this huge problem that they're saying that they're having, I want you to first describe, the immigration problem originally, and if present day does match up with it, as well as if you think that there is a particular politics side that is against the immigration that has been coming in.
Hold on, sis. Boy, that question was long. Say that one more time again. Okay, I know about the things you said about the immigration at the beginning, but what was your actual question again at the end? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, bringing in the politics of it. Do you think there's any political or government affiliation that is against the immigration as far as it coming in? Because we can see in history this has always been a thing that they do as far as bringing foreigners over here. Is the government for that, for foreigners to come in and take over the land?
I mean, it's been going on. I mean, it's been documented. It's been documented in history. That's why when people try to jump on Kamala Harris about the black thing, and then when you take away the black thing because she's saying she's not black or whatever like that, at least she's being honest. So we don't have to find out later like Barack. Um, so when people start saying things like that, I vote policy. Um, Trump say he's against immigration, but I only seen that he cut off the borders to certain countries, certain places. He didn't cut off the whole world. So, man, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. It's a sticky situation right now. I can't say. To me, the presidency really don't matters. To me, I'm more of a state person, state, county, city, type of voter like that, because that's what really affects us close and affects us directly in our communities. So I'm more like that type of politics. But when it comes to major stuff like that, um, I'll vote in the South right here where I'm at because I'm not in the major electoral state. My vote only counts for popularity. And they're only on the ballot because on those same ballots we got our county and city officials and school board and stuff like that, judges, district attorney type shit. But I don't know why they want to stop immigration when um, up north in the 1900s, the immigration was off the Richter scale. So it's not nothing new. Was all them documented? No. But it wasn't no problem. Now that they got a foothold in this place what we call America, now they're trying to ban people coming from Mexico and stuff like that. When we know we've been traveling back and forth to Mexico, Central America, South America, the islands and all that. We've been traveling back and forth through that. So I think it's this whole cutting off the borders. I think it was a whole strategic thing from the jump because we lost some way of connection, and now we out here trying to find a connection with these people, and also looking at them as a disconnect because they done been indoctrinized and they coming on some different shit. But no president really want to stop immigration. Trust me.
No, that's very interesting as far as that. And I believe it's been a problem on both sides as well. But I think that's really interesting with the problem you bring up as far as they're picking and choosing which immigrants they're okay with, like Ukraine, but then trying to keep people out from Mexico. So
Wow, that's smart. Oh,
Everything is political. Everything is strategic. And it's crazy though. But how can you shut up Ukraine when your wife is from that area? So now, if they want to stop immigrants from coming around, I truly believe that this will be the beginning of people who claim an African American will have to get shipped out because they are immigrants. I don't give a damn if you've been born here. You saying your roots came from Africa. You ain't from here. That's
you
the
said
main
there'll
thing.
come a time where, sorry, you said there'll come a time where immigrants have to be shipped back?
Oh, if they cut off the borders and they say all immigrants must leave the United States of America, anybody claiming anything besides American Indian, they're gonna have to go.
Got it. My bad. I just wanted clarification.
Yeah.
Sorry,
See,
Doc.
it's the difference between an immigrant and an immigrant with an E and an I. See, an immigrant mean I just moved from Charleston, South Carolina, and I move over there, maybe and set up shop over there in Cali. Or I went to Mexico, Central America or something. I emigrated. But immigrants, that means y'all came, y'all foreigners. This is when you see immigrants start getting their name changed into American. So nobody don't know who's an immigrant now. That's how they hid that.
Right, because we're all black. Although I must say, let them tell it, right? We all under the umbrella of black. But I don't see how that's going to ever happen, OTK. The borders are closed. Everybody going to have to go back out except American Indian. Like, I don't see how that's going to ever happen.
Right. Exactly. It's not going to happen. That's
That'll
why I
never
gave you that
happen.
scenario.
Yeah.
Because everybody will have to leave. Everybody will have to leave except those who can trace their genealogy. Ain't no DNA gonna keep you here. Ain't no DNA test gonna keep you here. It's gonna be your genealogy that keep you here.
Okay.
Especially if you can get past 1865. Remember, Dosey, when we first came out, they was like, oh, everybody gets stuck at 1865. I was like, Dosey, these people be lying out here. People can go back farther than 1865. They just don't know where to look at.
Okay, so let's go that kind of, I guess I can weed that into my question a little bit. We can go back a little further than 1865. Because when I think of, major events that have happened, right, in American history that really altered the course, and caused a lot of confusion. Um, yeah, just a lot of confusion, right? I think of the King Philip's War. I think of the 1812 Indian Removal Act, and I think of the 1920s, the Great Migration of Black people migrating south to north, right? Can you speak to, you don't have to speak to all three, right? Those are just the three major events that I think of that I think really sort of changed the course, right? For what you would call indigenous or Algonquian speaking people before they were Indian or any other term. Um, can you speak to that? Those great because that caused a great migration. The King Philip's War, the 1812 Indian Removal Act, and then the 1920s, right, when people were migrating south to north. Can you what do you think of that? Can you speak to those three things, those three events, and how it impacted?
Yeah, those definitely was game changers, and the reason why they was game changers because they was broadcasted worldwide. But see, it's those smaller things, those smaller relocation act that was happening, replacement acts that was happening that don't get mentioned. You see what I'm saying? You got people. Oh, man, damn. Boy, I hate that my computer is not running right, boy, and I can't show you because I like to show when I when I talk, sis. But yeah, so even before you lead up to 1812, which is also around the time about the first Seminole Wars, or some people will call it the Gullah Wars. Um, you had the before the King Philip's War, you had the Pequot War that set everything into place. You see what I'm saying? But
Explain.
all right. So the Pequot Wars was pretty much your first people them coming over here saying that they was pilgrims or whatever like that got taught this life and how to do everything like that. And it was the king of the Pequot, where the chief of the Pequot son, which was King Philip, and the son of the person who made their little personal treaty with the Pilgrims, his son and King Philip started the King Philip's War. So um, behind that, that led to a worldwide like American Indian slave trade. So those acts that you talking about are real serious. Um, yeah, allotment act. The allotment act is another one. I advise y'all go get the book, the American Dictionary, the Dictionary of American Indians by Weinberg Books, Stottenberg. Um, it's rather old, but it has all the acts in it, from the American Indian Movement Act to the Relocation Act to the Allotment Act to the all the way down until we get into the Lands Act, which was the military, Head Right Acts, all of that. Yes, definitely. Those change America. Now the migration, 1920. That was serious because they migrated during the time where the economy was about to die out. They thought they was going up north. Some of my people from South Carolina went up north. People from Mississippi was going up Midwest. The Midwest turned out to be successful at this time because of the car system, the industrial system. When the people from the South went up to New York, uh, things was crashing, so it wasn't what they thought. So we actually had two migrations from the South, one in the 20s and also one in the 50s, 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So um, everything that happens over here, sis, to me, has an effect on how things are today. Because I noticed that everything that we go back and we look at in history, it starts a chain reaction. And for some reason, this goddamn reaction ain't stopped yet.
Do you know anything about especially when we're talking about like that earlier colonial period, and we often think of the migration north to south, south to north, or what have you, right? But and we know why we stick with the 13 colonies, obviously, because that is what made up the United States of America at the time. But outside of the 13 colonies, if you were to go west, that was considered, the Badlands, right? That was considered not even more so like a wasteland. It was uncharted territory. It was like unseen, the Badlands. And there was a lot of people that also went west. They didn't necessarily go south. Do you know anything about that? Do you know about the history regarding that?
Oh yes,
American Indian that
definitely.
went west versus going south?
Yes, definitely. Now we can go back to like 1700s, 1600s. After these wars that was going on, yes, people definitely went over there to Indian territory. So on the other side of the Appalachian Mountains, you have Indian territory. So the 13 colonies was pretty much everything on the east side of the Appalachian Mountains,
Mm-hmm.
from Florida on up. You know what I mean? On up and going into the north. All of that was the 13 colonies, or the 13 what would they call it? 13 original colonies or 13 states.
Yeah, we get it. We got it.
Yeah.
13 colonies.
So everything on the other side of that was Indian territory. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, we do see our peoples them going that direction too.
And
Yes, going
my last and
definitely.
final.
They made Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. They all was part of that too before those were states. So yes.
Okay. And just my last follow-up question, and then I'm done. So then after the emancipation, another thing that's important when we talk about American Indian history would be like the Dawes Act, right? 1887. Do you want to speak to that?
The Dawes Rolls?
Yeah. The Dawes Act. I say Dawes Act. Or the Dawes Rolls, you can say that as well.
I'm still looking up more stuff on the dolls rolls, but if your people's them is on it, man, and you can find your people's them on it, trace them back, man, and keep doing more research because we know people who say one thing like they trace their people back to Africa, but they on the dolls rolls, and then you got people who trace they sell back to French or English, and then you see people who trace themselves back to American Indian. So if your people them is on there, then your people's them probably was some of the ones who went towards Kansas, that area up in there, and got on that Dawes Rolls. But at the time of these Dawes Rolls, you know, we had the Pretendians and the $5 Indians at this time too. So that's why I say if you find yourself on that road, just do your research.
Nisha and Peace, Alabama. I know you've been waiting. We're just gonna let Nisha ask her question and then go to you.
Go ahead on to him.
Oh,
Hey
we
Doc,
got the
is
link.
that
We got the
okay,
link.
Docs? Is that okay, Docs?
No, I'm. However you answer the question works for me.
Okay. Hey, some things I stay away from now. I ain't gonna even lie to you, dog. You know, and like I said, anything you say on YouTube, you can't be held accountable.
Just asking you the question. That's it. Hey, Alibama, what's up? How are you?
Greetings and salutations to you, ladies.
Hey, Alibaba.
Congratulations to you both, and OTK for your journey. I understand that y'all started together. Um, Sister Freedom, did you see what I texted you about naturalization? If you could
I didn't
pass
get
that
it.
on to one of the sisters.
I can't. You gonna have to send it to one of the sisters because my phone won't let me.
And that's another act, the
You can do. Wait a
naturalization
minute,
act.
Alibaba.
Alibama, you could drop it in the
In the
back
back
chat. You could
chat.
drop
That's
it
what I
in
was
the
about to
yeah.
say. Send
You
it
could
to the
drop it in
back
the back
chat.
chat.
I am not sure that I'll be able to do that. Let me
Or
see if I
you
can
can
pull
just
it up.
elaborate on it how you want to.
Well, I wanted you
Appreciate
to
you,
be able
Alabama.
to share it because construing what is naturalization. This is actually an act of Congress. See, the problem is we keep conflating two different things. We repeat what people say and we don't stay with what is fact. You know, and the simple fact is that document was authored by our ancestors. Now, whether or not you can trace yourself back to one of them or not, you know, looking for a slave ancestor, with this is because I could shoot it to you, OTK. This is like a screenshot, but I needed you to actually see it. Whether or not you could send it on OTK to one of the other sisters, Dulcinea or Dots, who could pull it up on screen so they can share it. But it's a screenshot. It's not a link. It should be coming to you right now, OTK, that last thing that I sent you. Here, if I could walk with you just for a moment. The
Yeah, my
attempt that I made
computer
with the
was
young
acting
brother.
up. I had to jump on my phone. So I'm gonna send this real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, if you could forward it to one of the ladies that could share screen. Um, Before going back to the naturalization, I wanted to walk with you a minute about, and I love you, brother, you know, but I consider South Kakalaki to be the scene of the crime. Okay, and certain people will remain unnamed because they claim to have treaties like of peace and friendship. So you already know why I mentioned that, who I'm talking about. But from 1740 to about the end of the 18th century, the Negro was created by the Negro Act of the South Carolina legislature. Would you agree with that, my good brother? And remember, I tried to walk that young brother on one of your bills on now again, it's my opinion, sisters, on what I feel is the Frankenstein's monster, the Negro. And in the Negro Act of 1740, it shows you chapter and verse the constraints imposed on the American known as the Negro by foreigners. Okay? So when we're talking and discussing these things, we keep elevating unauthorized criminal activity, fraudulent behavior, actual outlaws, because that's what most of these people who were transported here. This is not
Oh, you're muted, Alibama.
Ali Bamboo, you went straight to mute. Something you hit.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
In them old country towns, them old hick towns.
Yeah, being amongst the squatulating crackers. Now, again, I don't know what the last thing you heard, but the Negro Act. Remember, I tried to, at your request, OTK, do a bill with the younger brother because we failed to reach out to our children and our grandchildren in a more effective manner. But as I was suggesting to him, and I think y'all can go and bring it up yourself, the Negro Act of 1740 is the scene of the crime in South Kakalaki. The Frankenstein's monster was created, called the Negro. Okay?
Definitely.
By the end of the 18th century, a certain group of people who are foreigners as well said that I am not your Negro. Now, whether you want to build on that, my brother, because you're in South Kakalaki,
Yeah,
I'm
if my
saying I don't.
computer, man, my computer was acting up on my phone. That's why I sent my whole little bill on things that I can pull up out of my bill to my sisters. Them, but I don't know why they having a problem pulling up the
Okay,
link.
it's not. No, no, no. It's
I,
just that. Wait, hold on. It's just that you're sending it to my phone, then I got to email it to myself. Freedom, you could share it when you get a second, please. And y'all gonna have listen. Y'all gonna start cash apping your girl for doing all this work. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're clerical. You're on your
I
clerical
got
business.
I'm
you.
just
I got
saying.
you. I got you. Yeah, this is
No,
what
I want
Alabama.
before
This is what
before we circle
Alabama
back
sent
to
me.
the naturalization, I wanted to again reiterate. Again, it's my opinion, but you can go look in the law. The Negro is a creation. And Carter G. Woodson gave you the instruction manual. It is called The Miseducation of the Negro. And the operative proposition is the. So since the Negro is a creation, it has nothing to do with the American sovereign born to this land. Now we can quarrel over whether that's an Indian or Niji or whatever phrase you are comfortable with, because in the Colonial War Department, and I'm going to give props to Dane on that, where much of his research, he says, he has yet to completely reveal that he stumbled upon in the War Department of these colonizing invaders. They shared that Niji was how we referred to each other in our interactions, like cousin, like brother, like sister, in a colloquial fashion, like we do. You see? But we keep repeating what other folks say about us, not studying completely what we say about ourselves or what story that has been prevented through suppression and oppression. Do you feel me, sisters? So when we keep repeating the term the Negro, please go to the Negro Act and look into what it is stated is a Negro. Okay? And those are all restrictions and constraints. Now, naturalization, if you'll notice in the highlighted portion, my sisters, whoever wants to share that, could you understand that this comes from an act of Congress, the U.S. House, and then voted on by the Senate, and then signed into law by the president? That's what we've been told is the process of things becoming constitutional law. See, we keep mixing the two. Statutes, codes, and regulations are not law. Do you feel me, sisters? So
Yes,
whoever wants to
this
share that, because my screen is
18
really blurred and small, but
is
whoever
this
wants to share what
1870?
naturalization is, because we chopped that up.
Is this act from 1870 or what year?
No, I'm saying just share what is in the highlighted portion, and then we'll circle back to the 1790 Naturalization Act.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll read it. No problem. Okay, the inhabitants, as distinguished from citizens or foreigners who are permitted to settle and stay in the country, bound to the society. Sorry, y'all. That's not me. Bound to the society by their residence, they are subject to the laws of the state while they reside in it. And they are obliged to defend it because it grants them protection, though they do not participate in all the rights of citizens. They enjoy only the advantages which the law or custom gives them. The perpetual inhabitants are those who have received the right of perpetual residence. These are a kind of citizens in an inferior order and are united to the society without participating in all its advantages. Their children follow the condition of their fathers, and as the state has given to these the right of perpetual residence, their right passes to their posterity. A nation of the sovereign, or the excuse me, a nation or the sovereign who represents it may grant to a foreigner the qualify of citizen by admitting him into the body of the political society. This is called naturalization.
So when you first start with what is defined, then what should you understand naturalization as a process in perpetuity? Meaning from beginning to end, naturalization is a process of alien origin. You feel me? Now, I don't know if any one of you sisters have ever looked up the first Naturalization Act. And again, what our problem is we keep talking about codes, statutes, and regulations, as opposed to the only law of the land, which comes out of the United States Constitution. And if anyone has a copy of it, right quick, if you could pull up Section 8, because there are two specific references to the only identified ethnic population, not nationality, not tribal groups. And this is the whole predicament of when we have this language issue, this confusion that we suffer under, the American, known as the Negro. The Indian is the only thing codified in the Constitution, not European, not Asian, not African. You understand what I'm saying, my sisters? All laws
Yes.
that are passed are acts of Congress, not the state legislatures. You feel me?
Yes.
The only authorized population on this land is the American, known as the Indian. And in the definition of American, which is exclusive, not inclusive, is the copper-colored Aborigines. Now, some people have this problem of what the word Aborigine is supposed to mean, but again, I am repeating what foreigners have described the inhabitants. You saw that from the very first sentence that you just read? Was it dots? That was dots, right? That read that? An inhabitant and a resident is two entirely different statuses. Just like people quarrel over indigenous versus aboriginal versus autochthonous, okay? As my good brother said, immigration with an E is inside the boundaries of what you would consider a landmass or geographic location from point A to point B on the same landmass. That's with an E. Immigration with an I is always foreign invasion. You feel me, sisters? And this is the problem that we have. We have been duped into believing, first, that we're descendants of slaves. Second, a slave has no authority, because that, by definition, is the property of others. Third, in what land do you have any roots in? If you're an uprooted piece of property been transported as cargo in immigration, illegal, I might underscore, illegal immigration with an I. Can y'all see the layers of problematic conditions and statuses here that we keep being confused by? Purposely, I might add. And in addition, the creation of the Negro Frankenstein monster is to complete the intentions, the agenda of the doctrine of discovery: kill the Indian, save the man, create a slave for perpetual servitude. Now, I'm sure you ladies are familiar with the doctrine of discovery. That's all stated very clearly in that agenda from 1452. So when we're discussing these things, we need to understand what naturalization means. It does not pertain to the American. The American, by definition, does not include everyone, though everyone is stealing that identity. And anything with a hyphen attached to American is the proof of the identity thief. So an Arab American, an Asian American, a Hispanic American, even a Native American is stealing the identity of the only American. That's the only thing that I just wanted to lay down for the conversation. So, you sisters, take it whichever way you want to go. But naturalization only proves that you are a foreigner. And under the 1790 Naturalization Act, I have yet to see any alien prove themselves to either be of good moral character according to the act. And this is an act of Congress based on the Constitution. In Section 8 of Article 1, Clause 3 and 4. So get your copy of your handy Constitution and look up who is naturalized and why is Indian the only identified population in the law, not statutes, not codes, not regulations.
Okay, Alibamo, thank you. Cosman, welcome. Do you have anything to say to OTK? Have a question, or do you want to add to the conversation?
And peace and salute to all the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses.
Peace, guys.
Peace to my brother OTK. Thank y'all sisters for allowing me up. Peace to the chat. Yeah, I had to ask my dog some questions real quick, man. Yeah, I done heard you say some things, OTK.
Here we go.
So you know I got to go over here and ask my dog, right?
All right, go ahead.
Now, I done heard some claims. I want you to just clear up some of these claims for your brother real quick. Is it true that in Charlestown, South Carolina, from roughly 1670s to 1740, right, in the height of slavery, that more American Indians were shipped in and out of South Carolina than Africans as a whole came to South Carolina? Is that true?
During those time spans, I know for sure. We get different times, but I say the 1740. Okay, 1720 through 1740. Yes. More American Indians were shipped out of Charleston. Dots has it. Dot, see if you can pull that back up and see if you can click on that other link. I'm gonna pull you to another part of that bill. See if you can pull on another link. If not, then I'll resend it. Man, cause for some reason, man, when I was on the show with y'all, my computer started acting up and cut y'all completely off.
Yeah, it sure did. Yeah.
Word.
Okay.
Came on good.
What did you want me? Can you I don't think I'm gonna be able to click on a link. OTK. It's not going to open for me, my love.
Not the whole PowerPoint, not that same link. A PowerPoint, yeah.
Yeah, you want me to show the slide?
Yeah, pull up the PowerPoint for me.
Yeah, see how they got me working? This is what I'm.
I got you.
Working day and night.
Day and night. I was about to say the same thing. Get some Michael Jackson going on here.
Okay.
Working day and night. Day and night. While she pulls that up, OTK.
Y'all notice all those people with questions.
While she pulling up Ali Babu.
My question for
y'all notice all those people that was in the chat with questions. They didn't hit that link.
Well, I'm going to circle back to Guale when you get through with Cosmo.
Okay.
Okay. That's what's up. Thank you. I heard you made. Well, I'm gonna ask you this. For the people in North America, were there multiple types of Indian in America, and did they have multiple languages? And if so, what would have been the original indigenous language?
I would say yes. There are definitely multiple phenotypes here. Definitely a vast number of phenotypes, skin color, all of that. Today, these will be classified as races. But yes, definitely different phenotypes. The original language will be pictures and I think sign language. After
Mhm.
sign language comes sounds, and then sounds produce writing, and I would say it was English.
All right. All right. I heard you made a claim one time. With this, I don't know, this big mouth cat you was talking to, man. He was real loud and he was real niggery, but he was smart. I don't remember his name though. But y'all was saying something about the people who came on the boats, right? Was pale faces, right? Could you expound on the people that they claim is black folks in America, right? Uh, Being in the bottom of these slave ships, you made a claim that they was really the pale face. Do you have any like any proof of your claim?
Yes, I do. The reason why I say that because during the height of the slave trade, it was over 1 million white slaves in Africa.
Mm.
So you notice
In
during
West
this
Africa?
transatlantic, yes,
Ooh.
and you notice they was in West Africa. They was getting sent to Asia. You know what I mean, to work the salt mines over there. You know what I mean. But yes, but the thing is not but I mean, but people don't want to realize that. They don't want to accept that. But if you look at all these records, we've been so taught that when we hear the word African, we automatically equate that to black or
Right.
our skin tone.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lie.
Right.
Because now we see that they was coming across here as slaves. We know this. But you know them, they got a sugarcoat, and like I said, they was able to write their own history over here. So you know what they called them? Indentured servants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So quick question, and then I'm gonna fall back. Is there any proof that these people supposedly enslaved in Africa and shipped on boats to America? Is there any proof whatsoever that anybody who got off that boat had melanated skin, heavily melanated skin? Is there any proof whatsoever?
No. The only proof that people use today is they equate African with Negro, and when they say Negro, they equate Negro with black.
Mm.
But we know black at one time was just a servitude status. So white people was also classified as black too at one time.
Mm.
We don't have to see no documents about that. We know this from the
So
people who was writing about this.
so black and white has nothing to do with skin color, correct?
At this time of the slave trade, correct. That color shit started over here.
Right.
That racial barrier shit. That shit started over here. Because at first we gotta understand the so-called white Europeans didn't like the other white Europeans that was coming. They was fighting against each other. That's eugenics. Eugenics was based on trying to make the pure white human.
Right.
It wasn't based on us at first. That didn't come in until your boy Washington Carver and Booker T. Washington Carver and your other boy oh, man, I always forget that other dude name. W.E.B. Du Bois. When they hooked up with your boy Garvey. That's when you see the rise of the black nurses, Tuskegee experiment, all of this. That's when they started practicing on people that look like me and you.
Mm.
The whole IQ test was not based on us, my brother. That was based on immigrants that they was bringing after they done bomb up some fucking place. You notice now, every time we go to war with somebody, it's always a mass immigration thing. Anytime we go help somebody, it's always an immigration thing over here. Because we didn't just let them come over here for no reason. Believe me, it's a contract. It's a trade out there. Something over there that we like and we need.
And can you clarify? I'm not saying you're saying all of them, but if you could clarify when you say the white indentured servitude that has been masked as far as over here and people don't know that's the slavery. Are you saying that they're indigenous to Africa or they were taken to Africa as slaves?
And both.
Mm.
You gonna need a source for that, OTK. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Maybe on another show. You're gonna have to.
Hey, listen. Better watch your boy now. Your boy
I told
serious.
her how to look it up. Look up the word Shanghai and looking up white slaves. You'll get the whole list.
I don't know. I don't
Ali
know if I
Bamboo,
did this correctly.
Ali
Yes,
Bamboo,
ma'am.
do you consider, okay, because you spoke on the Indians, do you consider them sovereign people? And do you consider they're being the only ones that can make a law? That can make a law, actual law, but the people from the from the corporation is making codes and ordinance and all of this here stuff, but the sovereign people can make a law on their lands, on
Okay.
this land over here.
I don't know that I did this correctly. If any one of you sisters in the back chat can see that, so we can go specific to what I was saying earlier, why I call South Carolina the crime scene. But again, we keep conflating two different things. We have state legislatures, which are
Right,
the extension of the
elected
colony
officials,
invading forces
right.
that are imposing codes, statutes, regulations.
Mm-hmm.
The
And they're
federal
not all.
operation, which is supposed to be superseding, like if you notice in the news today, they're claiming Jack Smith just filed a superseding indictment. So superseding means to have authority over the colonies that agreed to unify. That's
Mm-hmm.
why the United States of America
There you
is
go.
a
The
criminal
Commonwealth
corporate
of
operation.
Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the word "of" is what makes it the corporation part, that it's on the land, like
It is trying to attach itself to the land we know of or describe as America or Turtle Island. But the difference between the proposition of and for, which is what you really need to pay attention to, there have been other documents recreated. There are at least three, if not more, constitutions. There is the organic one of 1787 that I'm referring to first in our conversation. There is another version of the Constitution for the Northwest Territories, which was referred to as the Northwest Ordinance. And then there's a third Constitution specific to municipalities, or what you might call townships or settlements. You feel me, sister?
Yes.
So when we're having these discussions, we don't differentiate. That's the whole point of what is conflating. People keep confusing the two, comparing apples and oranges, or trying to rope everything all into one bundle when there is specific issues we need to address. First and foremost, which is why I keep making my message simple. American, whether you embrace it or not, accept it or not, in its definition by the foreigner, Noah Webster, considered the father of America, I don't want to say even American, because that's again giving them credit to steal our identity, but of the United States, he's considered the father of education.
Who,
The
Daniel
language
Webster?
that is American English, let me land on this and you can chop it up, Cosmo. The American English that is still posted on the Merriam-Webster's website today is the compilation of more than 24 American tribal languages, not exclusively Algonquin, my good brother. Although in historical record, you could say the Algonquin Bible was a document that was created over here to kill the Indian and convert or die. You feel me, Cosmo?
I do.
So when the foreigners themselves say that this English is based on American, and the definition of American is the copper-colored Aborigines, why again is it that we're arguing? Only because we're confused or mentally challenged? But you got
it. Go ahead. I hope y'all caught that. The United States, the corporation.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Alabama got me laughing.
Because he went in so deep.
Well, it really isn't. What we're doing is we're making complex something that's very simple. First and foremost, the American by definition is exclusive.
Right.
Anyone calling themselves an American is a thief. Everyone claiming this is a nation of immigrants, and I really need y'all to clearly hear me, what I'm saying. Because the National Economic Security and Reformation Act, referred to as NASARA, already states what good brother OTK and maybe Cosmon, you'll be triggered by this, that all foreigners must return to their homeland for there to be global peace and tranquility. I'm paraphrasing, but that is what is stated. And these absquatulating crackers and these criminals who know that they are foreign to this land are going around telling themselves that they're going to restore a republic that they have no authority of. Answer your question about who is the sovereign, Sister Freedom. And they are claiming that President Trump, which is also a bogus statement, has never not been president, but will become the 19th legal president after Ulysses S. Grant. Now, I know I might be saying quite a bit here, but since most people don't do military intelligence and actually collect information on the enemy, because my argument is all of these aliens have proven themselves to be the enemy of the American, since they are all United States citizens. So when you circle back to the naturalization that I shared with you, they said very clearly that citizens are subjects, correct, Cosmo?
Yeah.
And where did the concept of subjects come from? Monarchies?
Not free.
The kingships. Yes.
So if a citizen is a subject, all beings are sovereign at birth of their natural land they sprung from. To be transported somewhere does not make you indigenous.
Right.
It still makes you foreign, no matter how long you're there and no matter that you're now native born to that place. But y'all got it.
So I'm asking you, Ali Bambu, I'm sorry.
No, I wanted
to. Saying that citizen, the citizen part is underneath of the corporation. Yeah. And when you accept that, then you accept it being underneath of their corporation.
Yeah.
Could any one of you sisters quickly Google the Naturalization Act of 1790 and the link I just put in the back chat? Yeah, well, but again, this is for us and those who are listening and watching. Most of what we're saying, most people are visual learners. So one thing for me to say something, which most people check what I have to say, and I also say to do that, because don't believe a damn thing I say, because I qualify. The words coming out of my mouth is repeating what I heard. I do that constantly. But the problem is people arrogantly running around repeating what other people say without analyzing it. And that's the problem. The American, known as the Negro, colored, and Black, is having in 2024. And you keep repeating what others have told you about you.
Yeah.
I think that was Sister Freedom that asked that question.
What one?
Freedom.
Yeah, I just asked the question.
Yeah, okay. To answer Sister Freedom question, which if I'm not mistaken, it was, do you have the rights to make laws because you was born here, or who has the right to make laws?
No, what I'm saying is, are we the only ones okay? What I'm trying to say is this: when you in your sovereign capacity, that means when you was free. when you wasn't underneath of the organization called the United States, you could make laws. But when you became underneath of the nonprofit organization, now the codes and the ordinance and all of those are not laws. Those are the regulations underneath their organization. Even marriage certificates, birth certificates, social security numbers, all of that, everything. When you get your car license, whatever you sign your name to, that they told you that you have to sign your name
Those
to.
are contracts and agreements. They are not
Contracts and
laws.
agreements
So,
underneath. That's what I'm trying to say, that they're not laws.
okay, I'm not
I'm
disagreeing with you.
saying,
But
I'm
I
saying,
think, again, the problem when
I'm
we're
gonna say
discussing things like this nature, this is where people get confused. Like, for example, the statement sovereign citizen is an oxymoronic statement. You're either sovereign or you're a citizen. All
Right.
beings are sovereign at birth.
right.
You
That's what I'm saying.
become citizens through a process that I've already shared with you is naturalization.
But
The
that's what
American known as the Negro cannot be naturalized. But the Negro is a creation just like all others you're talking about,
Mhm.
like the all capital letters of your name on your birth certificate, your
Right.
driver's license, your marriage license, death certificate, on your tombstone, if you notice. All tombstones reference all capital appellations, which is the significance of a corpse. Correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
So the statement of fact from language, but you can cook on this, Cosmo, because I know you're a wordsmith. In all books that reference language and parts of speech, all capital letters refer to a dead entity. Cook on it, brother.
No, that's facts. But to keep it short, as in the way of a God, he who can enforce the laws makes them.
Hmm.
Just to be
I don't
simple.
know. But they're not making laws. What they're making is rules and regulations that you
Okay,
guess
have to
what?
be
They
underneath
can
pause right there. I will keep reiterating, no matter how much it's ignored. The only lawful document is the United States Constitution, authored by our ancestors, referencing only one ethnic population. Why is it we have a difficulty comprehending that?
I
It's
do.
not. It's not.
I'm
We have a
comprehending
difficulty
it.
in comprehending.
Well, I wasn't
I'm
directing at
saying
either of you personally. I'm
he
talking about the people who keep arguing over something that should not be in dispute. But y'all got it.
right. He who can enforce a said law, a statute, a commandment, he who can enforce it, like, for all we saying, ain't none of y'all trying to go out there and drive without y'all license.
My mom did.
You dig what I'm talking about? She had issues.
Yes, she did.
And you see what I'm saying? Because that's the way it can be enforced. What I'm
It's
saying
not enough
is,
people
And
doing it.
the
Not
operative
enough people
word is
doing it.
force in
yeah,
enforcement.
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. This is all I'm saying. That he who can enforce what he wants on to the people creates the law. Now, whether you agree this statute or whatever, it's there and it's binding, because most of us took the even without our knowing, we became citizens.
That's what I was saying.
You know what I mean? It was totally untacit at our birth.
That's
We
what I was
didn't
But
know.
see, okay, so Cosmon, you see what's on screen there? This is what I keep reiterating, that the Negro is the Frankenstein monster. Do you see
Well,
how it was created there?
yeah, I get it, but they was calling people Negroes
No,
before this.
no. Hold on, brother. Not about what they called us. Read what's on the screen, brother. What was created.
I get it. It's a status. It's a social status. I totally get it. But what I'm saying is, they seen and treated the people already like that for hundreds of years. I mean, by their documents, for hundreds of years, they was treating and seeing the people that they was calling Negroes and treating them in this same way, and it wasn't us. So I get how in this act is how you become black. It's how you become Negro. It's how you become a slave, mulatto, musty, and then and all those terms equal slave. You dig what I'm saying? My thing is, before this act was made, there was still terms out here applied to certain people that still equated to slave. A lot of people don't know where the word hunky comes from.
Do you want to tell the tale of the Malcolm Little Detroit Red going into Malcolm X, who steered, the phrase was used, steering, because they showed up and honked the horn? But go ahead, Cook, brother.
Can a slave make a law?
No. And this is and the word is actually conky. That's the word you're actually saying, right? This is a Caribbean word for a red white man, right? He also, this is where the term hillbilly comes from, because being in the mountains down there, they was the hillbillies, right? Where also where the term mountain Johnny comes from. These are all terms that tied into people who was enslaved, right? But didn't have dark skin. And it's straight out the Caribbean. Straight out the Caribbean. I think the whole slave was made on the ship. Right?
Okay, right, Cosmo, right there. I know you already know the word transportation. I know you know it's a form of punishment. And who was specifically designated that out of what was called debtor prisons or orphans and urchins off of who streets?
Wait a minute.
Cook.
Yeah, I mean, they was
Wait a minute,
snatched
no,
off.
wait a minute, just 1 second. OTK, are you on here twice? I'm confused a little bit.
Yeah, I'm still here.
But wait a minute, they got you down the bottom.
Yeah, that's my other screen. So I'm trying to get on there so I can share something because I don't
So
want
you
nobody
don't want me to bring this up, or you do want me to bring it up?
Which one, babe?
Never mind. It went out. It went off. All right. Sorry. Excuse me for interrupting y'all.
No, he was rocking on how a slave was created. Tell about transportation as punishment, debtor prisons, and the orphans and the urchins that would transition these white Slavs over to our shores, Cosmo.
Right. A lot. And this is where the word kidnapping comes from, because exactly like you were saying, it was being snatched straight off the streets of Europe, but they were also being snatched from the slave coast of Africa. But the people that they were taking, you got to remember, at the same time in Africa, from 1500 to 1800, right, there is over 3 million enslaved pale-faced people from Europe and from Northern Africa, right? They are called Afar or Afri, right? Which means troglodyte or cave dweller. Now, right along the so-called Gold Coast, Slave Coast, Grain Coast, all that, all the way to the water is nothing but caves. Now, they many of the people that founded places like Nigeria were the people who founded were enslaved and newly freed Englishmen who come from England and founded that place, Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is an English word. So is Ghana. So is Kenya. And on that coast at that same time is 3 million between 1500 and 1800 pale-faced Europeans enslaved by the Ottoman Empire, documented. At the same time that they're supposed to be taking all these black Negroes and shipping them to the Americas, we actually see, right, these new people popping up in the Americas like the Frenchies. You dig what I'm saying? And by the simple name, they told you what they were and who they are. And this is why even today, the greatest number outside of Southern Africa and America for the Afrikaner is Western Africa. They still there today. Ain't went nowhere. You dig what I'm saying? They still in Western Africa. They still in Southern Africa. They in America and they in Australia. Deep. These are
Freedom. If you share the screen real quick, please, while he's talking about that.
And then through the head right system, Alabama, for everybody that you could get over here for an indenture or enslaving them, right? You was getting 50 acres. But this is the trick. The Virginia company and these different places, right? Different companies, right, were actually giving 100 acres ahead, right? So the ship captains, the people who were certified the land and you know, mark it out and all that stuff, they was cutting deals with each other. Because, and then this was another trick. This was another trick that they would do. They would say, 20, let's just say they got 20 people on a boat, but they would certify that 50 came on, and with them 50, they got 100 acres ahead
per head.
Once the indenture was signed, right, and handed over to the captain, you were, for all intents and purposes, the slave of the captain for that ride.
Now qualify what the indenture is. 7 to 10 years. That can sometimes be stretched much longer.
Yeah.
But who was being codified as the chattel slave? Now I want to show you the Dodge to Hijack. You go ahead and cook on that, but let me just reread just a portion that we didn't cover. This is just the first couple of paragraphs, and Dodge to Hijack when words are used. On May 10th, 1740, the South Carolina General Assembly enacted the Bill for the Better Ordering and Governing of Negroes and Other Slaves in this province, also known as the Negro Act of 1740. The law prohibited enslaved African people, Dodge to Hijack, from growing their own food, learning to read, moving freely, assembling in groups, and earning money. It also authorized white enslavers to whip and kill enslaved Africans for being rebellious. Let me just wrap up this next paragraph. South Carolina implemented this act after the unsuccessful Stono Rebellion in 1739, in which approximately 50 enslaved Black people, notice how they go back and forth between Black and African, resisted bondage and waged an uprising that killed between 20 and 25 white people. In addition to establishing a racial caste and property system in the colony, the Assembly sought to prevent any additional rebellions by including provisions that mandated a ratio of 1 white person for every 10 enslaved people on a plantation. The Negro Act treated enslaved Africans as human chattel and revoked all forms of civil rights. Now, there's a problem with this, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, brother, with the EJI. You familiar with the Equal Justice Initiative, which has that Lynch Museum in Montgomery, Alabama? You familiar with that, brother?
No.
Yeah, Brian Stevenson, I think is his name. But anyway, the dodging the hijack of African terminology attached to chattel slave, and by creating the Negro Frankenstein monster, it gets transferred to the American, which becomes known as the Negro. But go ahead, Cosmo.
Oh, okay. So I wanted when Cosman was talking about the European, the as you call them, I'm gonna use his word, pale faces. 1 second, y'all. Jordan, turn it down. Sorry. I just wanted to pull this up real quick because I talked about that on a few shows before, and I'm gonna say it to you guys again. If ever you're interested in learning about that or looking up names or trying to get more information about how many white Europeans were actually slaves, you just put in the word Shanghai, and it'll unpack more for you. But it says here, North African pirates. Abducted and enslaved more than 1 million Europeans between 1530 and 1780 in a series of raids which depopulated coastal towns from Sicily to Cornwall, according to research. Thousands of white Christians were seized every year to work as galley slaves, laborers, and concubines for Muslim overlords in what is today Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya, it is claimed. Scholars have long known of the slave raids on Europe, but American historian Robert Davis has calculated that the total number captured, although small compared with the 12 million Africans shipped to the Americas in later years, was far higher than previously recognized. And then they talk about his book, and it's called Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters, White Slavery in the Mediterranean, the Barbary Coast in Italy, 15 to the 1800s, concluded that 1 million or 1.25 ended up in bondage. Cosman says about 3 million, but of course, there's no way of verifying exactly the number. But that is an important point that you made, Cosman, and that's I think that when we are unpacking a lot of the myths and the lies of the history that's been told or taught, we often that doesn't come up enough, right? So when you ask OTK, well, the human cargo, the people that were transported across to the Americas, do we know how they looked, right? Or are we just assuming that they all had melanin or that they all looked like you and I? You know, I just wanted to add that to the conversation because I think that's a piece that hardly gets talked about, but is very important.
Yeah, it is very important. And matter of fact, me and Cosmon, I was on my show one night, and Cosmon was through there, and I was like, Cosmon, man, it's just me and you, man. I'm gonna pull up one of these things, man, and we're gonna read through this whole because I got stuff that's like 80 pages, 60 pages, 800 pages, 700 pages. So I asked for help because I want another pair of eyes on it. So as we was reading, in the same source that said that more American Indians got shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in that same reading, it also said that it was over 1 million Europeans. It didn't say white, it said Europeans. So we know these Europeans could be Moors, which Moors meant mixed with darker and white at this time. This is when we first see the color barrier. Yeah, it shifted off of religion, and it started going towards land. How the land will be like Moorish land, it'd be like uninhabitable lands and shit like that. We see Moors being used as that too. So yeah, that was a real good question that Cosmon asked, man, and I wish I could have pulled it up, man, just because I don't want people to. Damn, but yeah, sis. So you touched on it with the piracy. I was saving that for a bill, so I'm heavy on the Pirates of the Caribbean. The Pirates of the Caribbean changed the whole slave narrative story.
Yeah.
Once you study them.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with the Pirates of the Caribbean, it's gonna take you into the pirates of the Barbary Coast.
I think
they was raiding these so-called slave ports. They was raiding these so-called slave ports where they was trying to ship people out. They was raiding those over there in Africa, the Mediterranean. You couldn't even. You would be lucky to get a boat out.
Hey, you know what, Alabama? This blew my mind today, and I had seen this 1,000 times and never knew what I was looking at. You've seen that Incan Kings list that got Carlos Quintos at the end of it?
And they keep mixing and matching, and this is what I mean about dodging the hijack and transferring the identity theft.
But dig this, though. Guess what I peeped out? That people got the scenario wrong. and that list shows literally that the heads of at least the Habsburg dynasty, right, was a blue black nigga. And because the person I had always thought was called Carlos Quintos, right? Charles V. It's not Charles V. The guy at the end is Carlos Quarto, Charles IV, who is the son of Charles III or Carlos Tercero, right? And he
That's the
is
Spanish king.
He is the Indian Incan king right next to him. That's Charles III next to Charles IV. The head ruling king of the Habsburg dynasty is the son of an Incan ruler.
Well, you know Charles the Fourth over there. He was one of the ones that was in negotiation. He was the king of Spain at this time, if I'm not mistaken. He negotiated the treaty out of South Carolina. Thomas Pinckney and him negotiated the treaty to open up the Mississippi River and the Gulf for free ships, free deployed ships, and merchant ships. It's called Treaty Sandoza, or something like that. Or you can look up Pinckney Treaty. So yeah, I do see a Charles IV in Spain, and Thomas Pinckney went over there.
But do you know what we keep overlooking too? Whenever you use the word treaty, that means the end of war or conflict, right? And what is the purposes of arranged marriages across monarchies or kingdoms?
Unity between two houses.
Okay, so then you'll let some foreign invasive species, new phrase we've come up with, right? We let them enter in through our woman, which then lays claim to the land. I know you know these Chinese bastards are doing that on the African continent as we speak.
But it happened the other way, Alabama. The nigga from America got, I guess, if it looked like his mama or sister already. Because he blue black. He darker than his daddy. So my thing is, dude, what's really going on? Are the Habsburg already black? We know they're German. You just brought up Daniel Webster. Did you know Daniel Webster is black as fucking shoe leather? Excuse my French. I mean blue black.
But here's the point I'm making.
Whitewashing that is finest, man.
Okay. So you just took the phrase, but what I was going to transition as this appearances and the superficial thing of skin tone is what we're being duped and being confused when it's irrelevant. I don't give a damn what the appearance external of any individual is. It is their character, their behavior, their actions. And as I say, whether people listen to what I'm saying, for simplistic messages, the whole world is out to get the nigga, the American known as the Negro, not other people calling themselves American.
Birthed your enemy. Hold on, your granddaddy gave birth to your enemy.
So but we already know that skin folk are not kinfolk, Cosma. We do know that skin folk are not.
The Incas.
But that don't make them kinfolk for having skin
so
complexion.
They're not Americans.
So no. Listen, you're not hearing what I'm saying, my good brother. I'm talking about character and behavior and intentions.
Okay.
I get
what you're saying.
So when a person is not, now you know about this prokaryotic or whatever, I don't give a damn about the terminology, the scientific terminology. You're either organic and harmonious to Mama Earth, or you're synthetic, inorganic, and alien to it. You feel me now, Cosmo?
We say that there's only two type of people in the world: those in ascension or those in declension.
Okay. But you get the point that I'm making.
I get exactly what you're saying, Alabama.
And all
But
behaviors that
but do
operate
you
in
understand
opposition.
what I'm saying?
I got you, Cosmo, but just walk with me just for a moment. Okay. Because Mama Earth, I know since you used the word ascension, you know the planet itself is in her own cyclic behavior of about 25, 26,000 years. And
Fact.
if you're not in tune, your ass got to go one way or the other, 6 foot under, or
Well,
back
I
to
mean,
where the fuck you came from. Because this
well,
last call for alcohol, you ain't got to go home, Cosmo.
but
You
you
know
got
what they
to
told
get,
you.
got
You know
to
what they
get-
told you now.
You got to get up out of here, though. Hey, but
do you
yeah,
agree
when
with
you
Cosman,
reach
what
your
Cosman
purpose,
just said, that we birthed the enemy in the world, our own enemy?
Well, that would be for you, the mother, since you're going to have to answer that question. But I'm not in
listen,
quarreling
this
with
can
him
happen the other
on
way,
who gets
Alabama.
birthed onto this planet. What do they do when they come here? This is what I'm saying, Cosmo. How do they behave? And where is their character of behavior? Is that at a genetic level? That's what this argument was being raised in these last conversations. You know what I'm saying, Cosmo? That it's on a bacterial, quantum, microscopic level?
No, I don't believe that at all. I think that's a cop out, and for people who willingly choosing to be negative, evil people, I think that's a cop out. Uh, what I wanted the wondrous part about what we learning about is it's not that what we thought it was. I can't get mad over some
There
shit
he is.
happened
There
400,
he
500
is.
years ago till I
There
figure
he
out a
is.
way to get back on the back end. The post millennium. You dig what I'm talking about? I need till I
Oh,
get back till I can prove
hold up,
what I
Negro. Hold up, Negro. When you pull post-millennium, you know you got to come on with the definition now for those who are new and slow on the uptake. Cook, brother.
Let me say this. Earlier, OTK said that he feels there was so much information out here. In other words, that we're in this position. This is what I hear him saying, because we just ain't looking. Yeah. I don't think enough people think about this. It's not even in their minds, or the younger crowd is different than somebody like a Dulcinea. You know what I'm saying? And they don't even think about it. It's not something that's even important to them, because I talk to people who don't even know, never even heard of Dr. Ben. They ain't never heard of a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
But Sister Freedom, that's you now talking on indoctrination and the Matrix.
No. Okay. Listen, let me say. So I'm saying, so the sovereign people, the original people to this land, okay, are keeping their own self slaves. In other words, that's why we say we are our own worst enemy.
That's the miseducation of the Negro.
Right.
Yeah, but the Alabama, what she's saying is what they've always been telling us. Our people die from a lack of knowledge.
Knowledge, yes. So what our job is to do, the little people, it's only a small bit of us that even has information or knowledge of self, because we still looking for God in the sky, except within ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Minute.
If you don't want to use government
or
governmental ordinance.
So Sister Freedom, I really don't care about reaching people on my level unless it's certain things. When I reach people on my level, I'm on another level type thing. But my whole concentration and my whole purpose now is reaching the youth. Right. Giving them this other information that's out there now and giving them the choice that we didn't have.
See, we get caught up on word games. That's the problem that I have with a lot of situations. A lot of our people, if you just switch some words, instead of using more and using Indian or using Aboriginal, the law is what I'm mainly caught up on. That's the part of letting us see what we gave up, either by force or just giving it up by like we'll just go on with it, because some of us
but baby, out of those three, which one do you gotta denounce yourself from the United States?
I think at different times in our lives we've been all three. We've been every last one of them. We dealt with the freedom,
No,
we
no,
dealt
no,
with
baby.
the laziness, and we
Yeah, we
dealt just
never been
going along
more.
with. Right now, we're going along with it. There was a time that we fought against it.
Now, when you say that one time we was Moors, we know when the Moors
No,
came
that's
in.
not what I said. That is
Oh,
not what
oh,
I
okay,
said.
okay. Oh,
I
because you
said
started that. My bad.
switch the name. I said it either okay. Even if you switch the names to different parts of our coming through this, Arabic Negro, Arabic colored, Arabic black, Arabic Indian, Arabic African American. The fact that we are under the nonprofit organization called the United States of Corporation, under the government ordinance department that we call God, under the misnomer all law, all of this that we go through. The fact that we are going through it, we are allowing ourselves at this time to go for it, to go through it. We making ourselves. We don't argue about the fact that if we get our Social Security, we're under their program.
Sister
If we get a
Freedom.
marriage license, if we get anything, bad hombre style, it is a corporation. United States is a corporation. It's a united of a whole bunch of people coming here, either lawfully or unlawfully, doing whatever laws that they put or rules that they put aside on ordinance, codes, and anything else that we have to do. Underneath of it, it is America is one place, and the United States is an organization on the United States. So just stop.
I have a question. Oh, hey, Sword. I didn't know you was up here. Another
Hey,
Georgian
Sword,
in the
too.
chat. What's
That
up?
was
What's
me. I
up?
was saying, here he is.
What's going on? What's going on? Peace, 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 family.
And if
Hey,
y'all don't
Sword.
mind, man, I probably got like about
Lawrence, say
15 more minutes. I probably got like about 15 more minutes before I roll out. If
Okay.
y'all don't mind, I want you. If y'all don't mind, if y'all had any more questions or anything like that for me, let me
Yes,
go ahead
yes.
and get me out. Go ahead and get me out the way. Go ahead and get me out the way so y'all can
So,
continue to
OTK,
so I
flow.
had a question.
Well, I still had
I
my
had a
Guale
question, but I'm
I
question
didn't
that
get
I
mine
hadn't got
answered,
covered.
but I was
Go ahead,
trying
Doc.
to ask. I was
wait. Hold
trying to
on.
ask
Oh,
OTK
oh my
what he
god.
thought about that.
Okay, OTK. What do you think about that? And then I'll follow up.
Okay, Sister Freedom, my bad. My apologies because I did cut you off. Go ahead
Well,
and repeat that real
I'm
quick, sis.
saying with everything that we're going through now, because at this given time, we're going along with it. There was a time, like you stated, that we fought against it. And there was a time that we was just, so lazy. So we just were like, yeah, we just, and now we just willingly going through it. We just willingly doing everything. We're willingly getting license plate, your license, everything that's underneath their corporation. We willingly doing it. We go so far as even every rule that they make. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, even with governmental ordinance department, God, they even gave us the name God for entity we can't even comprehend. We go along with that too. Everything that they have given us underneath of the organization, we go through it.
Was there a question with that?
That's what I'm saying. Does he agree?
Oh, we definitely been through every situation that you named.
Oh
Yes,
man,
I agree with that. I
that's what
agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
no,
that.
we willingly going through it right now. Because if we all knew this information, if everybody that was of the
But only us older generation is going through this now.
no,
But
I'm
wait a
Because
saying
minute,
if
we're
we
the
Sister
all knew
Freedom
ones,
and
about
we're
it,
Fred,
the ones dealing with the
we fight
because we
it.
want to make
identity.
sure we go to Dots and get
I
Sword in
know, but
too.
I'm trying to get it out. But I have been interrupted as I was saying it, Dulcinea. What
Well,
I'm
I was
saying
just
is,
asking if it was a question.
if we all knew this pertinent information about everything that all of us is talking about on here, wouldn't you think it would make a change or a difference in the world today?
The thing is, Sister Freedom, some of us did know because they helped orchestrate all this shit. See, I ain't gonna sugarcoat nothing. Some of us did know.
Thank you, Dots.
I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay. All right. So, real quickly, this is not now go to Swart. So the youth, right? Our babies, because that's really where it matters, right? And in 2024, we're in a time where, there's fluid ethnicity. There's a lot of mixing of bloodlines, right? And so, how the younger generation ultimately will self-identify. Do you see this? No, let me ask this. What are you doing like within your family with your babies, right? With the young ones that you have that you can touch to teach them this information, right? And how do you think that we can make it more palatable so that it's something so that whatever we are discussing, the importance of it, right, gets passed down, because ultimately that's where it matters.
Correct. So the first thing is we got to let them know that yes, we did have a spiritual system because religion is where it starts at. We
Thank
did
you.
have a spiritual system, but it wasn't called a religion or what. Well, it wasn't called a religion to us. The religion that they brought to us and they handed us was part of the problem. I let them know what happened in the past, especially my kids. I let them know what happened in the past, but don't dwell on the past. That's something for daddy to do. I need y'all to worry about the future. So I'm giving them this information, and so they don't have to worry about starting from square negative 10. They already starting from square one or two, you know what I mean? So they can take it farther than me. I might not be here when things change, but I know things is going to change. So that's why I give them the opportunity to. I don't believe. I'm not don't believe in no God or no Allah, none, man. Whatever help you get on through. But when it come down to bloodline and what you're due, what they took, what not. I'm not necessarily saying what they took from you, but some of us, what we got misclassified as, it took us from a history that we so far behind in that we didn't even understand. And so that's my main purpose right now. Asking them what they want first, what they need first, and then you know what I mean, I bring this information to them slowly. But first, you got to make a bond with them. Ask them what they want instead of telling them what they want, instead of telling them what they need. Ask them what they want and what they need. That's how I connect with the youth.
Okay, thank
Gotta show
you.
that you care.
Swordfish, you got it. You got it, Sword.
Peace, 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 ladies. Dulcie, Dots, Nisha, Sister Freedom, OG Alabama, Cosmine, OTK. Peace to
Woo
everybody.
woo,
Rizzle.
Hey,
woo woo.
I just had a quick question as it relates to the general history of South Carolina. My question to you, as you kind of have done your own independent studies through your family, you've read some of the old books, looked at the maps, but then you also have uh, the narrative about South Carolina today that's written about, some of the famous black authors. So my question to you, OTK, is from the standpoint of South Carolina being misunderstood, what are like some of the things, whether it's like the top three or anything that relates to South Carolinian history? What do you think are some of the most misunderstood aspects of South Carolina that you would like for people to understand and know today?
Did he fall off? Because
Hello,
I
can y'all
can't
hear me?
hear anything.
Oh, okay.
I heard you, Sword.
Okay.
What's up, OTK?
All right, my bad. Damn, I was talking. I was on mute. So one would be American Indian slavery. Two would be the American Indian Wars. Uh, Three would definitely have to be how we got bamboozled and turned into African. How can we go from owning the city to somehow becoming being African and turn back into slaves? Um, the pro-state of South Carolina, the pro-state Carolina, tells you about how much, we're going to say black, we're going to use this word, or Negro. Matter of fact, let's use Negro. Negroes had run Charleston. But after the Reconstruction Act and after the so-called burning of Charleston, now everything got wiped away, man. A lot of our history, man, South Carolina history is complex. And if you don't know what you're looking for, though, you might end up finding the same narrative that they was teaching us. They taught us that all us came off a slave ship in Charleston. I'm in Goose Street now. Imagine being in school and they tell you you come off a slave ship right down the street in Charleston. Imagine what that did to us mentally, especially when somebody telling you you ain't from here. But my grandmama saying like, "Yo, you Indian? We been here, son." So man, it was major, bro. But those are the three things I say that people really need to study about South Carolina: the slave trade, the
American
wars,
Indian slave trade.
the American Indian
American
slave trade.
Indian Wars. I just want to reiterate what you said, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. The American Indian. Thank you, Alabama. The American Indian slave trade, the American Indian Wars, and then oh, definitely study the Constitution. My bad. Shouts out to Alabama and Sword. We definitely need to study this Constitution better.
It's a cold piece of work, man.
And dodge the hijack into African chattel slave for perpetual servitude.
And perpetual servitude, correct. Because some of the first Africans that came into Charleston was not no African slaves. They was on the ship and free as a mug. Indentured servants or whatever. They came across as indentured servants too, my brother. We getting it. We getting it together. We getting it together, Sword. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say, bro. We getting it together. It's no more hide.
And you got to remember, they was
Thank you.
incentivizing people to come here. You dig what I'm talking about? They was literally giving you acres and acres of land.
Well, that's called the bounty lands and became public
Right.
domain. But before you
Now
run
that-
out of here, OTK,
Thank
my
you.
Wale question.
But before the bounty lands.
Well,
Even
okay.
before the
So the
bounty
bounty lands started getting out after the French Indian Wars.
Right. So I'm talking 16.
Well, hold on. Actually, they were used to recruit the colonial army before the Revolutionary War. But can I, because you're about to leave, brother, can we circle back to Gwale and correct this old nigga?
All right. Hold on real quick, Alabama. Let me ask my brother Cosmon real quick. Definitely, Alabama. But go ahead, Cos. I want you to finish your statement or something that you were saying. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on, Cosmon. Wait, because we're jumping, y'all. Just real quickly. Sword, were you done with your questions?
Yes, ma'am. That was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Cosmon.
Damn, Sword. I thought you had a harder question than that.
Well,
Nah.
Me
good.
too. That was kind of weak. That was weak. We already did that, Sword. I'm just saying.
You gonna
Like,
call
we
me out in
already
front of my
addressed
cousin out like
that.
that?
Look at that. Look at Dot. Dot talk about that's kind of weak.
Yeah,
Girl,
that shit.
not she turned into the instigator.
Yeah.
Hey,
I got something for you before you leave, OTK. But go ahead,
I
Cosmon.
bet.
Wrap it up.
That's what I'm talking about, man. You know.
yeah, what was we just building on?
No, you was about to talk about, you was in your bill about
The bounty
when I was
lands.
talking about the American Indian Wars, and then the bounty lands. Correct. You was talking about before the bounty lands. Go ahead, bro.
Pre bounty land, 1609. Right. This is when James sets up the Virginia Company. Through that company, he sets up what is called the patent system. through the patent system, they was, man, first of all, they was damn near giving away the land. First of all, because the people who was buying it, many of them never even came to America. So to try to make the land profitable, they was giving away acres of land and you know, the seed and whatnot, you know what I mean, to get it started, if you would go there and work it and make it profitable. You dig what I'm saying?
But
So
don't forget that head count, which is a combination of indentured servitude and the labor of what you're gonna get per acreage.
right, but the indenture was coming over here primarily of his own volition. He knew what he was doing. He wanted that 100 acres.
Right, right. He wanted to come to a
He was
new
living,
land.
yeah, he was living like a bum over there.
Mm-hmm. It was the
And
land of
talking about
opportunity.
selling this dream, this great dream of the land of milk and honey in this new world, right? New to
Right.
them,
So
right?
to
He
me,
really,
this is where your first bounty hunters come out at, because these bounty hunters was really hunters for the people who was over there in these other countries that was sponsoring these indentured servants who ran away.
and yeah, many of them, right? They was paying the ticket across. They was paying the ticket across and paying the land and working the land off. This is why many of them, instead of getting 100 acres, only got 50, or they got none. You know what I mean? Went down, land jacked, did whatever they had to do to get themselves back on, but they was in a better position either way. So it was win-win for any European, brown skin or pale skin.
Well, you know, the first job for the European in North America. Now, in South America and in the Caribbean, they was in the mines. Now, the first job for the Europeans coming across here up top, because they was up underneath indentured servitude, was to help run the American Indian off their land, because that's the lands that they would be granted. And I'm talking about the 13. I'm talking about the 13 right now. Before they started going across the Appalachian, that was the whole construct. Some of them came across to work to become skillsmen and all that, to learn trade, but a lot of them came to fight in the militias.
Right.
We can't forget that. They
Right.
turned into police officers, all kind of stuff like that. So, you know, it was a whole thing for them accessing land. Ain't nobody can give away no land that didn't belong to them without removing the people that was on that land or
Right.
coming to some kind of negotiation. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I just want to throw that out there so we can keep that in mind too.
Now, before you get out of here and straighten out this old Negro about Guale, I'm expecting your bill with
Gaz
Cosmo.
Dillinger inside the back. He said, "Open the door, y'all." Go ahead, Alabama.
I'm expecting soon your build on the squatulating crackers known as the Murdaws, which means murder, and give us the history of how the term low country came to be, whether it's wetlands, marsh, or rice country. But that's for a bill, okay? So if you keep that in your hat, if you hadn't already, remember we chopped it up a bit about the Murdaw?
Yeah,
How
I
did
got
them
you.
squatulating crackerbousers get there? Now, Guale. Again, correct my error, if I may be so bold. My understanding is Guale is a geographical region and also a language. There are many tribal communities, nations that fall in the Guale. That's why you see it on a map that way. But you can correct me if I'm in error, my good brother. Which we
You're
call
totally
Gullah.
correct, and that's what I said. I said that the Ogeechee River was named after a people. The Gullah was the name of the all these people with similar dialects on the Atlantic coast until you get to the Timacuan. I showed that map earlier. I pulled that map up earlier to show
Yeah, but
that.
show
And
but
yes,
show
you're
how they
absolutely
hijack
correct.
and try to claim you're African. Could you, for the short bus shorties, as you love to
Yeah.
call them, or the ones that's slow on the uptake, how did they try to hijack them over to Africa?
Okay, so I'm gonna go a little deep right now, and I'm gonna just throw this out there. I ain't gonna stay too long on it. Alright, so it's a research that was done looking at pottery and stuff like that. Baskets, pottery, all type of stuff from the American Indian that was already here. Somehow that pottery got misconstrued with African heritage pottery. They did a big thing on it. So these basket weaving, these sweetgrass. Um, my question would be, how would an African know how to weave a sweetgrass when sweetgrass don't grow in Africa from
Wow.
where they came from?
Mm-hmm.
That would be one thing. Um, that's why I always say they need to leave these people alone because these are real people, and these people don't like people playing with their history. But that was all a paid act with that Gullah Geechee because that was taught. So nothing great over here was taught to them. They didn't think nothing over here their ancestors them did except was enslaved and was made to build and all this right here. And the only thing they did great was over there in Africa, which would be Egypt. Once they started finding out about these pyramids, everybody was claiming Africa. Oh, look what my boy, we all kings and queens. No, not everybody came from no goddamn king and queen. No.
That
They
part,
took us out of the
that part,
narrative.
that part. I'm so sick of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took us out of the narrative. They took all of our greatness uh from us. They didn't teach us our greatness over here. I grew up in Chicago, Mount Vernon Elementary to Calumet Park, junior high. They
So
never
you don't
taught me
think it was
about the
called
Cahokia Mound. They never taught me about the Cahokia Mounds, which is in Illinois. Why is that?
you don't think they was calling us princesses and things like that
They
on
can't they can't teach us about us if they
No,
not
we didn't
us. Like,
practice
and it's not
princesses or none
anyone's
of that.
Yeah,
job to teach us
yeah,
I
about
was
us.
princesses and kings and shit like that. Even the tribe, even tribe, that name came over here.
Right.
That when
Tribe
you
ain't
say tribe, that's more of an African term. That's what they was calling over there. They was calling themselves tribes over there in that world over there. We wasn't saying no tribes. We was saying chieftains. So when we talk in modern day terms, you will hear people say tribe
Yeah,
just
I
so
see
people
that.
can stay on point. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
but
That's why
weren't there
why
the
using it too.
chieftains, the sachems, and then we have the war councils? But that would be getting done. I just want to make certain that Guale is a geographic land area
Yes,
and a language which is culture, correct?
it's definitely a dialect, and it's
Okay.
definitely a culture that they said that they share similarities from the Ogeechee River all the way down in the Florida and even some parts of Louisiana.
peace and love family that just came in. Peace and love. This was a good build tonight.
So
Yeah.
would that
Anybody else
that
want to come up?
transition?
Y'all can let them up, man. I'll give you
uh,
15 more minutes. You can let them up. I see new people that came in the chat when I look.
As
Just
you
people
leave
like
out the
that.
back door,
We
would
know
that
who ain't coming
transition
up
to
right
your
now.
future
We know
builds
who
on
ain't
the
coming
low
up.
country, OTK? So
Um,
as someone comes in to give you your next question, give us an understanding what low country means.
I below sea level.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's crazy. I was thinking
Um,
the same thing.
when all that rain came off that one tropical storm, that hurricane that shot through across the Gulf and came across Florida, and it rained for like damn near the whole week straight. Charleston was flooded. We flood. The height that Charleston is now is not the original height. So low country means below sea level. That's why we call it the low country. But we're calling ourselves a country because we're something different. It's hard to explain. You just have to come here and see it, the experience. But we something different.
You
Um,
know? Can you repeat that name too before you leave? That we were called before we were called Indians. What was it in Guala? I have to write it down.
Oh, Wale.
It was a different. It was something similar. Guale. That the
Oh,
people
I will never say that all of
and
us in
Guala
North
something
America. Yeah.
and Guala something.
Yes, that's the Atlantic coast because of the dialect. And they had similar features. It wasn't no reason why they was all called a gullah. You know what I mean? They
Yeah, that wasn't the term
Wale.
for everyone. That's a
Okay, all right.
particular group.
Yes, that's the southeast coast, baby.
Hey, don't see. I thought she fell asleep. Okay.
Which
And
I
nowadays,
I would
which
and
have
don't the
though.
island
nowadays you will see it called back in the days. This place with it that they're labeling on the maps as far as like. All right, let me tell you. From the bottom of Virginia,
Mhm.
before it was North Carolina, before Tennessee, Kentucky, all of that. From the bottom of Virginia all the way down to the Caribbeans, it's
Mhm.
called the West Indies. Let's
And
not forget
isn't it
that,
different
y'all.
to those island chains, especially
Yes,
off South Carolina, Georgia, down to almost the tip of Florida? Those island chains.
yes, the Sea Islands. That's what we call them. The Sea Islands. Yes, definitely. The islands, each island, damn, they have their own type of resource. If that makes sense, man. Like, man, it's hard. It's hard to explain, man. Y'all just need to visit here.
But see,
More of our
OTK,
time.
this is why
Our
we
kind need to
cannot
visit
tolerate.
here than more of these Europeans that's coming and
We
following their family history and
and
when they come here, yeah, then when they come
supplanting and
here,
replacing us. That's why
right?
we can't tolerate this African perpetual servant, slave, chattel narrative. We
Uh-huh.
cannot.
Hey, can I answer Sister Freedom question? Because I think what she was asking was what I said it was. Because I did say that the whole nationality of people, and this is more to the point of why OTK is calling South Carolina a country, because each territory, right, its own is its own state, is its own nation, right?
Correct.
And this just been, listen, I'm telling you, since 3953 BC, I'm not guessing either. This has been a United States. They got the whole idea from us. The whole idea itself of 40, first of all, there's 40 mighty nations put together as one great nation. And it's called Egoquim, after the name of the creator, and it means out of many, one. So with the word Egoquim, the people took on the name of the creator. 40 mighty nations. So you got thousands and thousands of clans, right? Making tribes, making nations, making mighty, basically an empire, right? And in North America, that entire empire is called after the name of the Great Spirit, Egoquim. But to the anglicized ear, right? To the anglicized ear, Egoquim sounds like Algonquin. So I'm making the statement, and I back up anything I say, that since 3953 BC and the great prophet of America, who I ain't never heard nobody talk about. I ain't never heard. They talk about Abraham, Muhammad, they talk about Brahma, everybody. They talk about everybody else but the guy that was here. And the crazy part is they're contemporaries. They were all born at the same time for the same purpose. But anyways, that's another thing. But I'm saying this has already been a mighty nation. As a matter of fact, who do you think the Iroquois got the idea from? They got it from the Algonquins. Remember, even Hiawatha had to go to the great peacemaker. Who was the great peacemaker? He was the great prophet of America. His name is Iwata.
So are you trying to say, I'm not trying to be smart or nothing, but are you trying to say that the United States was set up by us and now it's
Yes.
like us? But wait a minute. See, I'm mentally trying to make sure that make even sense. The United States was coming into fruition during the around in between the beginning and end of slavery, and all through this here for hundreds of years now. So why don't the people that's in office, in the political office, look like us?
You missing the point, sis.
No, you missing the point, I think, baby. Cosmon. Because if we were the ones that
you're talking about two different things.
But you said you think that's what I was saying, Cosmon, and I don't want me and you to be talking the same thing, but talking two different languages.
No, he was saying that you had asked a person as far as what was the term used before Indian. Only Cosman said it. He said Algonquian, and he explained where Algonquian comes from.
And that we created,
explaining where it came from.
In circa 3900 BC, we created the original United States.
But from my understanding, we were warned to stay away from this enemy called the undone people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, you call them what you want to call them. I'm calling them what I want to call them. The Spaniards and them. They always coming over here trying to take over. So in other words, what you're saying is we told them to come over because the United States is all these different races coming together.
No, I didn't say nothing like that.
The treaties that was on the treaties of what the word I'm looking for, Dustin, there when you trading. I would think
not the Sundry Moors Act.
No,
I think she is talking about some more stuff.
Yes, she's talking about in the common era.
No, I'm saying the treaties. Like if I make a treaty with
you talking about like the Treaty of Peace and Friendship?
No. I'm talking about like if I make a relationship with somebody overseas. The treaty is on the borders. And we are trading from over there to over here, different goods and things of this nature, right? That's how we're getting the United States. If you give me this, I'll let some of your people come over here. Or I need some of your people to come over here. I'll give you this because I need some of your people to come over here and help me build this. Or I need some of these people to come over here and help me build that. Because the Indians wasn't just going for it. We ain't going for
it. That makes sense. Definitely.
You're still in our lands. And you think we're gonna help you build up your organization on our lands? No, we need other people to help. So we're gonna go make treaties with other people in different countries over the seas or whatever. So we can give them what they want, or we can tell them what they're gonna end up getting by coming over here, and that we're gonna end up after we do stuff. You can you get money because that's how it is now.
Wait, are you talking about the Burberry treaties?
Like the Sundry Moors?
Wait a minute, Dulcie, I don't know if that's what you call it.
The peace and friendship and the Burberry treaties are the only ones that are going to be as far as on sea, like you're talking about.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is
and they're the more
that we are the ones, Dulcie. What I'm trying to say, y'all give me a chance. So if I'm saying what Dulcie is saying, I want to be sure that that's what I'm saying. He's saying that we are the ones who started the United States. I don't think so. I think we pissed off that you took our land and did what you wanted to do with it. Okay. But the people that came over here and invaded with the wars, enslaved the people that was already on these lands or what have you, it looks like common sense that we wasn't going for it. So then they had to go get other people to help them do what they needed to do on these new lands that they wanted to grow whatever they wanted to grow, so they need help. They ain't got enough people.
You're absolutely correct. Sister Freedom,
Wait,
Yeah,
sister.
Sister Freedom, you're absolutely correct.
But
So the
but
Spanish came, yes, the
Um,
Spanish came with that roguish shit. And
right,
once they see they couldn't get but so far in the South Carolina before they got pushed down,
right.
the French and the English saw that. They said, nah, we coming on some nice shit. We gonna
Right.
give y'all a Bible,
but
teach y'all how to pray. We gonna get the
Thank
land.
you. Yes.
oh,
But let me
Everything.
tell you
uh,
also, let's not forget these three instances of this land. They didn't take shit. All right. It's this is only three of all of the instances how they got this land. Have you ever heard about them pulling out a rope, a piece of string, and asking the Indian chief, hey, look, this all the land we want. Can I have as much land as this string roll out to? And the Indian chief say, yeah. When he rolled the string out, the string was probably 50, 30 to 50 miles today. I'm just exaggerating.
Mhm.
But the rope was bigger than what he initially showed because he had the rope balled up. That's one instance. Two, you had these you had Indians that was selling lands.
like the
So you
glass
had
beads, like the
right. So
glass
you had,
beads in
yes.
Manhattan.
That was
So
the
you
beginning
had
of the
confederacies. You had confederacies with more than one American Indian nation, and one nation out of confederacy was going making backdoor deals. This shit is documented.
I
It's
believe.
And
documented.
that would be the
um,
Iroquois Confederacy of the
Yes,
northern version.
Mhm.
But
right.
right.
but
And
one
then the
last
last
thing.
But
one, and then the
wait,
last one I see. Let me finish real quick. These are three top that I see.
Mhm.
The last one really strike my curiosity because they said that these Europeans or whoever was making these deals with the land, they had a thing that they said that however far you can ride within a day to 2 days, that's how much land we'll give you. So them boys took off on a horse and they ran as fast as they can run for a day to 2 days. And wherever they landed at, that's when you start seeing territorial lines. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but I found this in my research. I'm trying to find more stuff to corroborate this because I noticed in different places you got different stories of how they got the lands.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because
Let
that
Cosmin
legend
come
of
in. Wait 1 second, Alabama, because Cosmin was saying something before
yeah,
people jumped in,
I'm
and then Alabama after him,
I'm
you
glad
jump
I
in.
listened to what y'all was saying because I just wanted to let y'all know that y'all right about what y'all saying, but y'all wrong about what I was talking about.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not
I
talking
apologize.
about what happened in 1776 and the setting up of the NGO, right? That runs our so-called federal government. I'm not talking about in the common era. I'm talking about fully Aboriginal people in 3900 BC, setting
Oh.
up 40 mighty nations that is called Algonquin, which became the precursor and forefather to what we call today the Iroquois Confederacy, which what America, or I mean not America, but the United States of America, the
ding ding ding
corporation,
ding ding.
copied itself off of. So I'm going all the way back to the source, 6,000 years ago, when this country was founded, right?
Mm.
Even though it has older names, much older names, and but the foundation of what we would come to know as the land of the Great Spirit or Amaraka, right, comes at 3953 BC. So
Mm.
when I say he set up the mighty nations then, right, I'm not talking or conflating what's happening in the common era with Europeans. I'm only talking about setting up what would become the original uh, United States, the
Before
states
first
of America,
contact.
North
Well,
America,
thank you,
united.
Wait,
Cosman. Thank you.
let Alabama get in from here, and then Dots or Sword, if you all want to jump in as well.
I just wanted
I
to
think
say,
Nisha is done.
is she? I don't hear no snoring. I thought
She's
that I
muted,
was
but
I
I
was
don't
just
know.
saying thank you.
To segue from Cosmon, in the congressional record of 1988 states very explicitly, and I've already shared this with you, Sister Freedom, that the Iroquois Confederacy is the template of the Articles of Confederation and the United States Constitution, according to both George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. So Cosmon is absolutely correct. Anything before first contact, the American known as the Negro is clueless to. That's the problem. Next, everything after being designated American, called an Indian, created a nigger, which is property of the foreign invaders. We are constantly repeating what other folks are calling us out of our name. It is now past a dozen designations, and in the federal government currently, it's called BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color. Now, while we keep participating in this foolishness, which lets us be something fed off of by all these foreign aliens who are United States citizens, not Americans, are always, no matter how long they be here, foreign to this land. And according to the 1790 Naturalization Act, every person who is naturalized, by definition, is an alien enemy of the American. Now, if we can kind of, frame the language, because that's part of our problem. We keep repeating words put on us by others and then incorporating it into what is indoctrination. And it is now 5 or 6 generations deep, and I hope to have my great grandchildren not be born into this toxic filth. But be that as it may, look it up for yourself. This is for the chat and the audience. In the congressional record of 1988, the criminal outlaws themselves said, "We stole your government. We are calling ourselves Americans." As a criminal, wouldn't you expect them to be such? And in one parting phrase from even the Hollywood movie set, the fake Native American said, "The white man speak with forked tongue." And that's been 5 centuries and we still don't get it? As we listen to Orange Julius Caesar, Donald John Trump, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, speak fraudulently, constantly for more than a decade. I'm tired of this shit. It's time to put it to bed. Y'all got it.
Dots, were you still there? Sword?
I want to appreciate y'all, man. If all minds is clear, I'm gonna
Yeah,
let
I'm still
y'all
here.
keep cooking, man. I'm gonna go ahead and just fall back and listen from here on out till work in the morning. It's 1 o'clock on my time, Eastern time. But I've seen people have some questions or something like that. But the ones who had questions, they never rolled up. But the real ones who had questions rolled up, man. Peace to Cosmon, Swordfish, Alabama. Definitely the y'all unscramble minds. But definitely got to do a part two because I don't like that.
Yeah, I was
Peace,
just coming by to
OTK.
show
Yeah.
some.
Peace, OTK. I don't know what happened. I didn't take him down. He fell down. I just want
He
to make
might
sure
he
I
might
said
have lost connection.
it. Okay.
Swordfish, you cut him off. You put the blade, you put the blade to the brother.
No sir, no
I
sir.
just want to make sure I do. Yeah, yeah. It didn't happen. I ain't
No,
gonna.
I really do hope that
There,
I don't know if y'all checked out any of those documentaries about the Murdaugh
there you
and
go.
the 5 generations of squatulating bastards.
That word that you
I
use.
haven't, well, I have seen the
Squatulating.
documentary that's on Netflix. I
They
don't
be
know if it goes
killing them
so
with that.
far back, but I know up to the first one that owned the law firm and then passed it down to the children. And I know the children and some of their whereabouts and, all the I guess all the criminal stuff that's going on currently with them.
That is something that we should be learning from in full analysis. We should also understand the Indian killer from the War of 1812 to the Indian Removal Act. If you can't trace your ancestry to that, I'm not going to say you're an African spear chucker, descendant of a slave. I think you probably already calling yourself that. But if you can't find an ancestor that was removed by Andrew Jackson and kill the Indian, save the man, what you talking about, Willis?
But do we know the genealogy? Like, does it go to Rupert as well, Murdoch, the Murdochs, or?
No, that's why I'm gassing up OTK to do that as a build.
Because I got the history of the Murdochs, man, because some of my people's had personal ties with them.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should do it.
Yeah.
We was talking about that before too, because we watched the Netflix,
Definitely.
and JB with you. But yeah, I think that would
Matter
be
of
a
fact,
really good.
that's when I first started my channel. I was like, sis, come on, I want you to come build with me on this Murdoch stuff. Yep, definitely.
Hey, Alabama. So we got Indian removal in 1812, right? We got
Well,
Indian
they like
removal,
to tell us it's the War of 1812. And
right?
what's the timeline of the 7 Years' War that we call the French and Indian War, which probably was World War Zero, the first World War? What's the
Around
timeline on that, bro?
around
Well,
the same
my
time.
question is, can you tell us? Can you build a little bit on what was going on in 1811?
Are you talking about the Madrid earthquake as well?
Yes, sir. Because we see a great movement going on of the people. Could you explain to the people what was going on?
Well, see, again, the people that keep getting confused over the word immigration with an E and immigration with an I and keep tolerating invasion, because that's really the word we should be using, not migration patterns. Now, calamities and natural disasters, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, etc., that kind of moves a population, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
But the
Especially one that's strong
displacement,
enough to turn the Mississippi River backwards.
does displacement make you less of the natural people who sprung from this land, or you just been moved by the nature itself? Pun
No,
intended.
you don't change none.
So, again, we can discuss all these different things. I do it to entertain, because unfortunately, it is for entertainment purposes only. But American business is exclusive. You feel me, bro? There's no non-American that should be speaking on me, over me, about me, and ain't got shit to do with me. But that's just me. I have a zero tolerance policy, but y'all got it.
Yeah, and I was waiting for that person to come up and talk about my people from Africa or whatever. And that's why I tell them Indian catchers, them Indian slave catchers. That's why I tell them. And when I caught that person who bought this out, when I called him, he wouldn't even bring it all the way up to let everybody know where he got it from. So I left it alone. They want to run with that? Go ahead, be my guest. But the thing is, every time I ask somebody to prove it, they never can prove it.
Could you, since you came back, OTK, I'm just going to address the question itself. And would you share with me one African nation you done already outed yourself? The Supreme Court has just passed a law that and you cannot give, but I'm going to just go with your argument, sovereignty to the 5 tribes of Oklahoma, whilst at the same time dismissing the Tulsa race massacre. Why do y'all think that is? You want to cook on that, OTK, before I respond?
Because if they do that and they give recognition to what is truly what that was, it would be Indian Wall Street, and that will change history. that would change history altogether. And also that I I don't know if they tried why they declined them, if they was trying to make it look like they was looking for a form of reparations. But I think they declined them because they was claiming African descent.
Not only that,
which
but
is
if
known to
they
be a chattel slave, and can a slave sue its owner? But go ahead,
No,
Cosmo.
no, he cannot sue his
not,
owner, and he is not. He is a citizen also. The African that came in, been born here, or whatever like that, they are a citizen. They are not American. From the before 1828 Webster Dictionary, they are not American. That's why they have a citizenship.
and the reason, the overall reason why uh we may not in our lifetime see anyone get any restitution, reparation on
Thank you, bro. Now I'm finna
hold on,
gas you up, Cosmo.
hold on,
Wait,
Post
wait,
wait,
millennium.
wait,
let
wait,
him
wait,
Post
finish.
wait, wait,
millennium. Come
wait,
on,
wait,
brother.
Alabama,
wait,
let
wait,
him
wait,
finish because I
wait,
have a
wait,
question about it after
right?
him.
Because I don't want to lose what I was saying. The reason or the word that comes to mind when I think about what or why uh so much chicanery is going on behind the scenes on something so easily provable, right? Is because of one word, and it's going to be precedent. If they do this, right? Then you got to pay. Then you got to pay Greenville back. Then you got to pay Rosewood. You got to pay Greensboro. You got to pay all these. It's so they're not trying to start a precedent. I think that's why they trying to keep this under wraps, foul little stuff that they know
Mm-hmm.
can't possibly win in certain different ways because it's a scam. They scamming that old lady. You
Mm-hmm.
dig what I'm
Hey,
talking about?
Cos, this the crazy shit, right, Cos? Before you get into all of Greenville and Rosewood, they will have to bring, they will have to pay or either give restitution to everybody that's in South Carolina who they told was an African.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? It's gonna set up but that's gonna go for all the South.
Right.
I'm going to
Okay, so
reiterate
my
that, but go
question
ahead,
based
Dulcie.
on
Go
this,
ahead, Dulcie.
yeah, I just wanted to just ask really quickly because this is a debate of feeling like people aren't using the right terminology on paperwork. So, do you guys believe restitution and reparations or restoration is just we're not following the correct paperwork, or do you think it's bigger than that?
Okay, I'm gonna let Cosmo be gassed up again by post millennium, but my comment is in the ruling. If you haven't listened clearly, and this is for the person in the chat that wanted to make, and I'm not hoping you're not doing a specious, false argument. Defiant Lawyers, Augustus Corbett, did a very good I's dotted, T's crossed on the law that was used. First, it was a public nuisance. Second, it's the Supreme Court of Oklahoma that not only suggested what Cosman accurately described, but said, and I'm paraphrasing in the ruling, that they could not rule, even though they had a legitimate claim, as if we need them to acknowledge that they are thieves, murderers, and this is an active crime scene because the mass graves are being dug up as we're speaking. That to rule in their favor would make the, as you say, precedent, brother, but open the floodgates or Pandora box for suing against state and non-state actors, which, by the way, the mayor, current mayor, Bynum, is a direct descendant of a murderer. But I'm going to land on that for the moment, but I want to suggest you look up the Defiant Lawyers, Augustus Corbett, and look specifically at the video he covered about the ruling from the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Now, again, Cosmo, post-millennium.
Shout out my OG Alabama.
share for Dulcie. Cook, because now, I turned you on. Come on, brother. Tell her what you learned.
Yeah, and y'all please go subscribe to my channel, man. Open the Knowledge 444 because Alabama came and dropped that jewel on us. Word, he came and dropped that jewel on us, and man, that post-millennium is serious. If you can
What was your
understand the
question
verbiage,
again?
and that's what I was about to say, Dosey, you absolutely correct. Verbiage means a lot. They call it literature. That's what they call it when you're trying to get something written and you want Congress or something. They call it literature. But wording definitely means a lot, sister. That's why it's people like Alabama out here, it's other people's out here, Cosmon, not me per se, because I'm learning right along with everybody else when it comes down to this. I got personal trainers learning me this. So they can teach me on my level of understanding. And shout out to them for being patient with a short bus shorty like me. You know what I mean? Everybody think the short bus was the retarded bus, but nah, short bus was the people who was really smarter than the other people. I'm just saying though, that's my logic. But yeah, so we definitely got to understand wordage. Wordage means a lot, sis. And that's what I go to
Is
tell
it
you.
something that we personally have to understand, or is it something that verbiage makes a difference in government as far as what we are,
Yeah,
making clear
yes,
to
it
them?
does. Verbiage definitely means a lot in government. That's why before you
Oh,
become a lawyer or judge or something, you have to go through their training course. So you have to learn their wordage.
It's
would you
called
pull that up in the back
legalese.
chat? Would you pull that up, please, Dulcie?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
It's
sir.
just it's just a paragraph. But if you
wordage is
would pull that up,
definitely
I'm
important.
finna
It's
gas Cosman up again. But I'm serious.
no,
Do we
it's
have a Roman
I
imperial
can't share
problem,
it. Only
Cosman?
Dots can
yo,
share it. I don't know if
yeah.
you're still here.
You just yeah.
Do you see
Yeah.
it in the back chat,
Hey,
Dulcie?
Yeah, but I can't share it. Only Dots can share the screen.
Of
but
course, we have a Roman problem, man. I mean, in order to be taxed, taxation came from the Romans.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. You got dumb diverses from the Roman god himself.
Yeah, all of that Papa's bull, all of that
Yeah,
came
the authority is through the Roman god.
right.
But
Anything that comes
let me
through the
hold
church
on, brothers, hold on, brothers. I
is
want y'all to
definitely
cook on it. Let me reframe the error in the question of arguing that sovereignty was granted to the imposters, known as the Native Americans, who are dependent nations under federal recognition. This is again for the African nation person in the chat.
You know
Okay?
what I got to say to that though?
Yeah.
Nah, 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 nah. That's what you niggas get. That's exactly what you get. You are reaping what you sowing on them reservations.
So,
correct.
so to
You are
respond
reaping what you sowing,
specifically,
and on top, hold on, Alabama.
mhm.
On top of everything, we saved y'all niggas' lives.
For facts, that's
You were
big facts.
dying. You were a dying race when we bred with you. And
Facts.
then you turned your back on us when your white brother got up over here. Because y'all Eurasians, they're Europeans.
And we
So
saved them
Them
too,
y'all
because they
brothers.
life
And
expectancy,
they
they life
turned their backs
expectancy
on
in the
y'all.
South. The white European. Now I'm gonna go with skin color. The white European life expectancy in South Carolina was probably 3 years. They had to leave every summer because it used to get so goddamn hot, and malaria, what they call malaria, but we call it yellow fever. So when they bring the malaria thing up, I noticed that was a construct to also connect us as a way to connect us with Africa. Like, yo, see, malaria, you do your body develop a cure for malaria because of sickle cell, and that's where sickle cell came from. So my question would be is that if malaria is over there and they was calling sickle cell that the body came up, which is another sickness, a sickness to cure another sickness developed over there. Now, when they came over here, they found malaria already over here. Now, how do you explain what's the cure that us American Indians had to this malaria or yellow fever to where we could have lived with it and y'all couldn't?
It would
Is
be
that
like a
also
form of
sickle cell?
immunity.
Is that also sickle cell?
Yes, it's sickle cell.
All right. So now, how can you use that to say that we all came from the same people because we carry that trait? That is bullshit. Because if the body can develop this fighting fighting antidote from malaria, that means anybody can develop a sickle cell to fight off malaria.
Well,
But
you
I
got to
have one more
remember
question
exactly where they
about this
But
find out.
Roman thing. What you put in the back?
hold on, Cosmo, because I want to address specifically your restitution versus reparations versus restoration. Just
Right.
so if you can't pull it up in the back chat, and Dots is no longer with us, just hear me out for a second. It's just a couple quick paragraphs. It's basically one, but this is Roman law. A Roman legal doctrine whereby those captured by an enemy are regarded as having died freemen before capture to protect those claiming under them, and whereby upon their return to the jurisdiction of Rome, the captives regain their suspended property and civil rights. Now, in international language, the right or rule of international law under which, when persons or things taken by an enemy in war come again under the control of their own state, they, as a general rule, regain the rights belonging or relating to them before capture. Does a
Right.
slave benefit from that, Cosmo?
Well, yeah, because
Only if you American Indian slave,
yeah, only if you one of those POWs captured, registered as
prisoner of
dead,
war. Correct.
and
So do
that's
you
and that's
so do you
but
understand the
Alabama, that's
difference
where
though?
they get the term
Hold on,
black
Cosmo.
from.
Hold on, Cosmo, because I want to make sure Dulcinea, we walking together. So
Yeah,
you
we're
do
walking together.
understand that reparations and the two examples these idiots who are arguing for slave reparations make are the Japanese and the small hats were wartime policies of the United Snakes government and the
Right.
German Weimar government in wartime. You feel me, sis?
Right.
Correct.
But restitution and restoration is under post-millennium. Go ahead, Cosmo Cook.
And that means that means returning the American Indian back to his real state before all of this took place. But the only way you can do that, you got to know your story. You got to know your genealogy. DNA ain't gonna lead you to that.
And and as I was saying a little bit before, you got to remember these people wear their treachery on their faces, right? Y'all got to remember them pale face, dog hair people who are on the res right now. You dig what I'm talking about? They used to have pretty brown skin tones just like yours, right? They wear their backstabbing and treachery right on their faces. So you don't always think we got the worst of contact. Trust me, you didn't. See, what's the worst thing you could do to a heathen, a godless man? What's the worst thing you could do to him, Alabama?
Well, first of all, the incorrect attitude and responses, and Holly King, I'm going to speak directly to you. Those persons, as I've already told you, are dependent nations. They're not sovereigns. Now, you can argue that they're British subjects if you understand the United Snakes of American government answers to the British Crown, always has and always shall be, as a criminal operating enterprise foreign to this land. That's why it's the United States of America. Now, as far as these imposters referred to as Native Americans, that political party was created in 1844. These Mongoloid hybrids who are orphans. Tell me what orphan knows where the hell they came from, OTK.
No, they don't. Oh,
And they
some
come out of
orphans do.
Indian boarding schools where the
Yeah.
Negro went in and was stripped of the American identity, and the native is processed at the end of the assembly line. But go ahead, Cosmo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where
but
you have
hold
the
on, they gave
creation
them
of the
your
Native
identity.
American. But I'm going, y'all, man. Appreciate you, Cosmo. Appreciate you, Alabama
All the
sisters.
time,
I
brother.
appreciate y'all, man. I got to definitely come up and have another build, man. Because I definitely want to show my screen next time, man. But I appreciate y'all, man. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Thank you for coming through, OTK.
Yep. I gotta start coming back through more to have more bills like this. You know what I mean? Definitely. Appreciate you, Alabama.
Well, I ain't worried about no unscrambled minds because they sure ain't asked no Cosmine to come on here. Now I was gonna have
Now,
it out.
Cosmo,
No,
Now,
but
Cosmo, you
we
know
Hey,
you're
we
not
hold
we
wrong.
did
on,
ask you to come
Cos.
on here,
It's
but
not getting
Hey,
done.
Cos.
See,
there
you
is a there is a gentle hazing that Dots usually brings up that I'm a little afraid because you coming from the waspy and it'll be interesting, but
ask man for a
people are
while.
gonna get on you, right?
you
He
do
can
you know
handle it.
you do realize you don't know nobody realer than me, like objectively. What I'm saying is I'm not stuck to no book. You do I know you I will wipe my ass with Owaspian
Yeah,
like it on
he'll throw
fire.
that book
You
away.
better stop.
Yes. No, he's not lying.
Listen, I'm not
Don't
bound to
say
no
that.
book. See,
Yeah,
I overstand. I am the book.
Okay, you better say it. Now you talking
yeah.
my language. Now
That's why
See,
I rock
I
with
don't know what y'all
Cosmon,
think is
man.
in Owaspy.
Word.
I don't know
you
what
talking
y'all
sister
think is in
freedom
Owaspy,
language.
but I'm gonna let me tell you this. You can take it however you want to take it. But I'm gonna
Okay,
tell you
that
this.
part.
I'm gonna tell you this. Owaspy is the only spiritual so-called book in the world purportedly to be written by the Great Spirit that clearly tells you in plain English that the Negro of America is the American Indian, and then goes on to describe him and his descendants, and then says the people who will be bringing my voice out today in 2024, right, will be the remnants of the Algonquins. Guess what? It's only 4 people in the world who bring this out, and they from America. And your brother just so happens to be one of them 4
Okay,
people.
that part. But I still
This
like
is
the
why
rest
I
of
bring
it.
out nothing but Aboriginal nationality, culture, heritage, and ethnicity. I ain't never seen nobody get up here and speak on the Great Spirit. Never. As a matter of fact, I've seen them cower from the situation because their crowd is spooky. I'm telling you, you ain't half the Indian you think you is if you don't praise the Great Spirit. I don't care. Even the Mongoloids, Indians, praise the Great Spirit.
So when you coming on?
Whenever you want me to.
Okay, well
Whenever you want
I
Yeah.
me to.
got
You know
plans
I
for
got
Friday,
1,000 lessons
but
already ready, and we
I
can
need
build.
y'all Friday because we going
Hey,
in
listen,
I want to
I
get
ain't
into
gonna,
the
Wait, what are the
Trinity.
plans for Friday?
Sister
I ain't
Freedom.
gonna
You
lie.
said that too
because
luminous.
um Queen Valera, I want to go over her build.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Uh,
Morris Bill.
I know.
Yeah. I watched that today,
Man,
Sister
girl,
Freedom. That was powerful.
I'm
Sister
telling you,
Freedom.
man, girl,
That
that's
was
my
powerful.
girl.
I like that. I like
And all
that. I
it
understand.
is to intertwine with the word. Don't even look at the word more. You heard what she said. I don't care if you were more. I don't care if you this. I don't care if
But
you
see,
that.
Sister Freedom, the
All it
problem comes in at is the Moors of the Moor Science Temple and the Moors that came on the with the Papist Bull and the dumb diverses.
is.
That's the problem, baby.
Right. Because when I was
That's
hard,
the
like I
problem,
always
baby.
say, that word more just meant black, Negro, colored. It all meant the same thing. Now that's how I was taught. But other
Yeah,
people
but
were
that's
taught
not
something different.
Yeah, but here
Yeah,
necessarily
goes
that's not how
another
the
true
text.
label
because
argument.
hold
Okay,
on,
wait a
y'all.
Another
Hold
minute.
on,
label
All
y'all.
I'm
argument.
I want
saying,
to say
oh,
one
wait a
thing,
minute,
sisters.
wait a minute. All I said was that was how I was taught. I didn't say it was
I
necessarily
know.
fact. I didn't say that that person was taught this way, that way, over the ground way, hill way. I'm saying it says Blackamore. And when I was taught, I was doing her time. I was doing Queen Valera's time. And all I was saying was Friday, I would like to approach her bill. That's it. so we can just discuss it. That's all. That's all I was saying. We can go into something else that day, but she's so powerful in my eyes that I want to just go over what she's saying and see who agrees with it, who don't, and just build from there. That's
Yeah, I
all.
think as long as it's an open discussion,
That's
agree
what
or
I was
not. But
saying.
what
It was
I
an
would say
open
is,
discussion.
yeah, more we see the earliest time we see the MAUR is actually Roman. So we see these Roman Catholicism people actually be the Moors. And then we see Moors tied in 711 to these North Africans. But we don't see them call themselves Moors in 711. We just see them tied to it through Muslim. But the first time we ever see this MAUR, they're trying to say it's attached to Kemet in some way, but we don't see the letters in Kemet. We
But
see
when they say that they
MAUR
come
in
with the
Roman
color and the
law
complexion
and
of
the
your
Roman
skin,
society.
again,
But we
Now,
know what
anytime
they've
you say
done
yes.
that
to the
word,
Romans. We know who the Romans are and
At
what
one
the
time,
Romans are, right?
it just was another word for Negro, another word for colored, another word for black. It was how
Well,
we were being described.
We know the Romans were brown skinned, if you want to say. We're not necessarily the Romans just because they were brown skinned, but the Romans would have been our color at the time.
But so would have
But
been the
I'm just
Spanish, the
saying,
Portuguese, the
I'm just saying
French,
that's
the
how I was
German.
taught. You understand that, Dulcie. I'm just saying from where I come from, which is older than y'all, is when I was taught. That's how I was taught. Now, this new Johnny come lately way it's being taught, I don't know nothing about it. But this, when I'm hearing all this other stuff, to me, it's sort of confusing because I was taught a different way. So
No, I was
all
taught
I
that
was
way
saying,
too,
but
Sister Freedom. That more meant just like a black person.
yeah,
But
that's
but
what I was taught. And a lot of people that come from my era was taught the same way.
but I
This new,
also was
yeah,
told that it meant a person of Africa and Europe also from the
okay.
ancient
I heard
Moabite.
they went into Europe.
Yeah, that they
But
went.
that's
Yeah,
here nor there.
same
I'm
people though.
concerned about the law. I'm
Right,
concerned about the
right, right,
information she
right.
given. That's more important to me than even
now
that
you
word.
keep saying that word. So let me gas Cosman up again. Post millennium is what,
I hope y'all
Cosman?
just heard that. I hope
But
y'all just
Nick,
heard
Roman
what I said.
imperial law.
what if Sister Freedom there is no law?
Okay,
What
well,
if
listen
there is
to this. This is
only
what I'm saying. Law, let's just look up the definition if you want to go there. If you want to go there, we're going to have to look up the definition between law, rules, then you're going to have to go into the other stuff. So why
okay?
not we just wait till Friday? Because it's past, I think it's past 1 o'clock. I'm not really sure. I've been up doing stuff while y'all was talking. But what I'm saying is if we wait till Friday, we get to scrutinize it. Not in a bad or negative, nothing negative, all in whatever positive or negative, but open discussion concerning it. And then that next week, Cosmon, if you would like to come on, if it's okay with the girls and they ain't had nothing else planned, you could be our guest Wednesday, if that's okay with you. And that's okay,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
I was just joking. I was just
No, but that's
poking
serious
fun.
though. Because see,
Yeah.
this is important. This is information that's needed. And rather we know it or not, what Ali Bambu said tonight, what you said tonight, what all of us was saying tonight, OTK and all, it's still all intertwined with this.
Mm.
You've really got to go back and listen to her build. She's
I
got
didn't. No, I didn't get to.
something.
I didn't get to see
Well,
who
you
you was
guys send
talking
me your
about.
number and I'm gonna send it to you because she's a beast. Yes, she is.
Do we have permission to play it, or do you know anything
I
as
don't
far
think
as
it's
for
like
playing
that.
it?
I think it's we can play bits and
Yeah,
pieces.
because it's been replayed on other people YouTube plays. We could just replay
Yeah,
pieces of it. I think it's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
It'll be fine. But yeah,
So
it is
Doc,
going on
so
2
Yeah,
Doc,
a.m.
or
now.
I've been
sister.
trying, and Dulcie, I have been trying to get in touch
It's
with
going
her
on 2
and
a.m.
a relative of mine by the name of Mariah Bay because she
And I'm
somewhat
getting ready to
speaks.
drop
And I want
down.
to do that. But you say that? I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it is going on 2 a.m. respectfully. And
No,
Oh well, then
I don't
you
know how
you
much
great.
longer
You
y'all
said
want to
you
keep
great
this
drop down.
I
conversation
don't know
going,
who
but the
one
guests already
African
left.
nation is, but
She says we're
but
not
you,
African. She said this is our land. We're not African. Just to let you
I
know, she's on our side.
no. Holly King, you doing too much. You ain't never heard. As a matter of fact, I'm the only person in this community that say American Indians ain't Negroes. So you didn't hear me say nothing like that. And to answer the question, for the one African nation guy, you saying that there are portraits, including sculptures and paintings. Okay, well, the Romans, there is a fresco that was buried up under the ground, right? That they dug up of these people called the Garamanti. Look them up. There's a picture. Look up the Roman takes the Garamanti to the circus. You'll see a brown-skinned Roman holding a short sword holding the hair of a man with a fro, who is called a Garamanti, being thrown to the lions. Both of them are the same color.
Well, yeah, I was so
Moors have always been doing this. We see the Romans having this term Moor, M-A-U-R, as early as 500 BC, and it would be 500 AD, and we would see the Moor bloodline that everyone keeps quoting in North Africa in 700 AD. So when we're seeing this, and it's so engulfed in law and all this, it's just all Roman. It's all Roman and colonialism as well, which is something that the Moors are known for, being the colonizers.
So Dulcinea, just to make sure, did I reiterate the answering of restitution, restoration, and reparations, and that post-millennium is what, Cosmon? A remedy?
That's the key. That's the key. That's the remedy. It's the remedy to it all. That's what we all looking for.
You answer me. Hello? I'm sorry, y'all.
So Dot, since you came out of the hunky hole, I put it in the back chat, and y'all please put it in your archives. It's only a paragraph, but it needs to be fully analyzed. And anything that's going to say dumb diverses is the basis of all property law, which the U.S. Supreme Court did in 2005, Oneida Nation versus the city of Sherrill in New York, or Sherrill.
I was just looking at that about 2 weeks ago. That's crazy.
And what did Ruth Bader Ginsburg say in writing for the majority opinion? 8-1, my good brother.
Man.
Can I say this? The Docs is ready to go to sleep. We all ready to hit the haystack.
Yeah, I'm gonna
say it one more time to reiterate what I'm saying. I don't care what you call yourself. The law part, it sticks the same. Just like no matter what y'all was saying to my hearing don't hear more Indian. My ear don't hear none of that. My hearing hears what we are under now, what we have allowed ourselves to go under into. So that we can't get ourselves back to where we were at because we still following those things, but it's not going to change what we doing now. Because you call yourself whatever you call, I don't care what you call yourself, it's still going to stay the same. As far as the law,
I would tend to agree with Sister Freedom.
I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I would tend with Sister Freedom. A lot of people just need to check their beliefs at the door.
Yes, thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Cosmon ain't gonna never tell you nothing to soothe you that I know ain't gonna help you. Right? You gonna learn one way or the other. I don't care how you learn it. Right?
I don't even mention the names when I'm talking about it, Lord Cosmon.
Dig this. It don't matter what we trying to do as a people. If our focus ain't right, we will fail.
Facts.
If I'm telling you, if our focus ain't the great spirit in these babies, whatever we do will fail. But if it is the creator first and the babies, listen, he say to do for the babies is to do for him. That means we can't fail. Y'all can think I'm spooky if you want to. I think you ain't an Indian then. If it ain't no great spirit. And if you taking that personally, good.
Well, also, that was good. Go ahead.
I'm just saying if our focus ain't right, whatever we at or whatever we trying to do, we'll fail. That's all I'm saying. You dig what I'm saying? And with that, love, light, and balance to you, sisters. I love y'all. Be safe out here. You dig what I'm talking about?
Don't forget Wednesday.
Put your buster repellent on when you get up in the morning. Shake them suckers up off of you. You dig what I'm saying? Sister Dots. Hey,
Yeah.
by the way, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. Trust me, I'm not talking about what nobody else is talking about, right?
Okay.
But Sister
Say
Dots,
it again.
did you do
One more
something
time.
for me? Go to Cosmon Cal, KOSMONCAL TV, Cosmon Cal TV. It's the Jehovah Chronicles. Sub, like, share, man. You dig what I'm saying? But Sister Dot, Sister Freedom, could y'all do something for me?
Yeah.
I just need you to breathe in and let the light in. Cause I'm Cosmon and I'm out. Peace, sisters.
Don't forget Wednesday. Don't try to talk through that. You heard me.
Okay, I got you. Say no more. And I want to do
When you gotta
something.
put your number in the back. Put your number in the private chat.
Okay. Hold on. Before I go. Hold on.
Good morning, ladies.
I would
We'll
like to
see
do
you on the flip side. Cosmon Cal post millennium.
Hey man, hey, listen, I got to give it to you. You got the info of the year, bro. If we had an info award, I had to give it to you, Alabama. That's the info of the year. I didn't know it. I knew something had to be done. I didn't know how it was going to be done. That's what post millennium is.
It's in the back now, Sister Freedom.
Yes,
You see it?
Yes, you got
Hey,
it. That's
if it's cool, I would like to do. I would like to, I get into the culture in America. I hear people talking about America, but they just talking. You dig what I'm talking about? Anybody can go in a book and spit random history from the last 400-500 years. That's commonly known. I want to bring out what our ancient ancestors, who they were, what they called themselves, how to prove it to yourself. What I'm saying is absolutely correct. And then I'm gonna bring out one stock of them, and then if you allow me back on another time, I'll bring you the other stock, because I hear people talk about mound builders, but ain't nobody told us what the mound builders called themselves.
Okay, well, we'll see you on Wednesday, Cosman. We appreciate you.
Between 9 and 9:15, we on.
Y'all see you next Wednesday.
And
Love,
it'll
light,
be at
balance,
9:15.
sisters. Peace,
Good night. Or good morning. Good morning.
Dosey be in
over
YouTube
here,
streets busting shots.
It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Come on, y'all.
I'm gone, y'all. Peace.
Alabama, no, he gotta get up in the morning. He needs to stop. Good morning.
Alabama, you want to say your last closing good night? Good morning, remarks.
Closing good night, ladies.
Y'all is so bad.
Good night, Alabama.
Thank you so much, Alabama. Oh, sisters, we here by ourselves tonight. I'm gonna go ahead on and say good night to everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Not gonna
Have a
be
good
able to
night.
sleep tonight. Some people up.
Yes. Thank you, OTK, again for coming up.
Yes.
It's always love. You family
And
for real. You've been with us since
congratulations,
day one.
1K.
You've been with us shooting in a gym. You heard? So we appreciate you. We appreciate you guys who've been here. Freedom. We appreciate you guys who's been sitting in the chat, very patient. Writing your little comments. And Bad Ombre, I'm calling your behind out, because you're always popping smack in the chat, but you never, ever in the history of never hit the link. So that right there concludes that either you scared or you're scared. Because what else can a person come to? But good night, y'all. Appreciate each and every one of you. Hit the like button, please. Feel free to share. And we'll see y'all on Friday.
Okay. Good night. Don't let the
Good night. Peace.
And again, thank y'all, because I couldn't talk to you guys, for allowing me to play that little portion of my daughter sending her tears to Mariah Carey and her loss. Thank you. But is there anything else? Nisha? Nene? Nene? I guess so. I guess not. Dulcie?
I already said good night. You can
Oh,
end the show once you're ready.
oh, okay. I'm gonna end it now, y'all. Y'all have a peaceful night.